Ekene dịrị gị o Chineke nke igwe o. Ekene dịrị gị Papa, Chukwu dị ebube n'ezie. Nara ekene nara otuto m o, Chukwu dị ebube. Nara ekene nara mbuli elu, Chukwu zuru ka eme. Ekene dịrị gị o Chineke nke igwe o. Ekene dịrị gị Papa, ịdị ebube n'ezie. Ekene dịrị gị o, ọ bụghị bụ iyeri ọba m o. Ekene dịrị gị Papa, ịdị ebube n'ezie. Nara ekene nara otuto m o, Chi m dị ebube. Nara ekene nara mbuli elu, Chukwu zuru ka eme. Ekene dịrị gị o Chineke nke igwe o. Ekene dịrị gị Papa, ịdị ebube n'ezie. Ekene dịrị gị o, naanị gị bụ iyeri ọba m o. Ekene dịrị gị Papa, ịdị ebube n'ezie. Nara ekene nara otuto m o, Chi m dị ebube. Nara ekene nara mbuli elu, Chukwu zuru ka eme. Ekene dịrị gị o Chineke nke igwe o. Ekene dịrị gị Papa, ịdị ebube n'ezie. Ekene dịrị gị o, naanị gị bụ iyeri ọba m o. Ekene dịrị gị Papa, ịdị ebube n'ezie. Ịdị ebube, ịdị omimi, Chineke dịkwa ịtụnanya. Ị karịrị echiche mmadụ, ọ dịghị onye dị ka gị. Ịdị ebube, Chukwu ji ndụ m. Ịdị omimi, ịdịkwa ịtụnanya. Ị karịrị echiche m na-eche, ọ dịghị onye dị ka gị. Ịdị ebube, ịdị omimi, ịdịkwanụ ịtụnanya. Ị karịrị echiche mmadụ, ọ dịghị onye dị ka gị. Onye amara, onye ngọzi. Onye amara, onye ngọzi. Onye amara, onye ngọzi. Onye amara, onye ngọzi. Onye amara m. Onye amara n'ịbụ onye ngọzi. Onye amara m. Onye amara, onye ngọzi. Onye amara m. Onye amara n'ịbụ onye ngọzi. Onye amara m. Onye amara, onye ngọzi. Onye amara m. Onye amara n'ịbụ onye ngọzi. Onye amara m. Onye amara, onye ngọzi. Onye amara m. Onye amara n'ịbụ onye ngọzi. Onye amara m. Onye amara, onye ngọzi. Onye amara m. Onye amara n'ịbụ onye ngọzi. Onye amara m. Onye amara, onye ngọzi. Igbo bụ Igbo. Igbo bụ Igbo birikweni yo. Ụtụtụ ọma, ehihie ọma, mgbede ọma, depending your time zone. Anyị ya dị ka echi, maka na echi adịghị agwụ agwụ ka anyị na-agwa ya. Ọ bụrụ na isonyewo, what are you waiting for? Click the like button, subscribe, comment, share. Ife anyị na-ekwu na nke ikpeazụ oye elu oye. If you are just coming across our channel for the very first time, you are welcome. This is Kelenna TV. We are live and we are direct, bringing you the gospel of redemption by your doorstep. If I make common sense, the reason I'm running Marifa. If I gas school, I'm a kifin a chef of I just want to make common sense as always. Sujams, Noriana, Amaka Mele. You're welcome to Kelenna TV. If today is your first time coming across our channel, we are live and we are direct, bringing you the gospel of redemption at your doorstep. Daalụ na ụmụnne m. Ọ bụrụ na ife anyị na-ekwu banyere protest na Finland, like I said, feel free to ask for the number. When you call them, ask them questions. In fact, all from our negaria convince you. Our mega convince you. On the North Finland, when they are convincing you, not me. And they have done their part. Because that their part, if I'm a good book, you have the phone number. If I would name it, with the phone number. It was the man I have if no buy. So you are free to call. You are free to ask any question regards to the protest. Yes, I think that call will convince you the more. I wouldn't say whoever. Yes. Even judging. I am not concluding. I am not judging. I am not concluding. Mwa na center. Makana abum independent broadcaster. Ọrụ na-arụ ka ọ bụ ọrụ m abụrụ to take side. Ọrụ m bụ ka anyị nweta balance. Ọ ya bụ ọrụ m. And I will try as much as I can to make sure I'm going to maintain there. Some of you may be disappointed. That is the truth. But it changed nothing. Because that is what I have chosen to do or to be doing. So the earlier you accept me like that, better for us all. I am afraid of some of you that is a member of IPOB. That is the honest truth. I am afraid of you. That is why taking side with you is very, very dangerous. Because I may take side with you. Tomorrow you abandon if I'm gonna get back. Come first. So it is better I stand alone. You gotta go. Like I said, I want some IPOB members non that USB declared. Not an Norian. Kaine Timbu, if a man a USB declared. They may come here now, I ain't a chat USB. The next minute, they may abandon USB declared and followed their supreme leader. Akonye wetere no rienne nata no. Tomorrow, onye the money and chat to USB, then based on Namone follow ya on the voice, oh yeah. Tomorrow be up USB declare Banaga. So Adroma made follow people. Into answer when or woman Karamama. Ime informer and you query. Ime encojo and you query. So that you will not disappoint me tomorrow. Because some of you now be here, Michael, no. A man saying no be no na de me first supreme leader here. Clement no, I have said it countless time. I de me first supreme leader. I de me first supreme commander. But you will hear it and you will still be here. Always tomorrow. They say, what are you? Why are you against our leader? I'm not against anybody. Na center can no, but I de me first supreme leader. Now, we USB declared a noble plan collectively somewhere. And the plan is to go to Finland and declare Biafra. And they went there, the redeclaration happened. And that is the truth. The purpose, Gaba, Finland, was achieved by Dr. Ngozi Orabeze and the support of Ndebai, because Dr. Ngozi Orabeze ruined at the redeclaration ground that day. If she did not see anybody, she will not declare. As no gidigidi bu ugweze. So Ndebai kwere ya n'ukwu. She made that pronouncement, that declaration, document generated. Up till now, people can enwete ID. Anything outside this one that I am seeing, I cannot talk about it. So you cannot hear me say that I'm not my spirit leader. Tomorrow you want me to say more than you that is a member. So we will listen to a man whom I have respect for. I have respect for him. Edmund Obilo. We will listen to him. What he have to say. Because on the mind now, he went from different people. It is not all about shouting supreme leader, supreme leader, supreme leader. You have nothing to contribute to your supreme leader to make his job easy. You have nothing. The only thing you need to supreme leader. Nobody is perfect. Computer. Can I shout to supreme leader? Can you support you to make sure no succeed? Can just no supreme leader without support? You will end up praising your supreme leader into stagnation. DPM. Support to make sure that DPM na the dream or no of ma Kegano Buru praise singer shouting DPM and they shout it into stagnation. Kegano USB man get the other side. Tomorrow your spirit leader puta, you abandon USB declared. That is why I can't take you serious. Some of you will abandon USB declared and follow spirit leader. That is the buy for you. So I am not judging. I am not blaming. I am not concluding. And I'm na center. Because na center can go no Pamazin na the Kanabuta. Na center can go no Maze Banjokwabata. Na center can go no Videpa. Hear this. Election is coming. 2027. Election is coming. Election is coming. 2027. And they couldn't ever before. There is every possibility. Not that no bro na get release Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na ara ige election no nwere ife ga-eme o nwere ife ga-eme mana this election o nwere ụdị influence Obi ga-grow Jagaban may, this is my own opinion, Jagaban may release Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, may the election into a CGM, rig it, win, no? Then, Osege be na court, Mobo, Mbaga na-ekwuzi okwu ya, ife ga na-anụzi ebo, na-eji the release of Maazị Nnamdi Kanu to divide the vote of Obi. Or the possible. If I have a narrative, I get push yoga. Now, let's say, no more than 100%, 100% supporters to side Obi. Then they will now tell you that the release of Maazị Nnamdi Kanu met people, or the release of Maazị Nnamdi Kanu divided the 100% people who now support Obi into two. So, because of that, the release, 50% was pulled to Jagaban. They voted for him for releasing Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Who wanted 50%, Obi wanted 50. Or they are joining within the north and then cause of you know something like that can happen. It is possible. Manande na manage if I na manage now. Name IPOB organization. But the Munjama if I na manage. So let us listen to Edmund Obilo. Keno, how he put it or what he have to say. You gotta go. So we move. Go and support Anjoko. Solidarity protest here. Because you may think that you are fighting for Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. You will not know you are fighting him. You be careful before you think you are fighting for Maazị Anjoko. You will never know you are fighting Maazị Anjoko. Be careful before you think you are fighting for Biafra. You will not know that you are fighting Biafra. Okay, everybody. Be careful because when you get it, oh, even the right, you don't know you are helping a leader to fight Biafra. You are no longer fighting for Biafra, you are fighting for your leader. And whenever you fight for your leaders, if you may end up fighting Biafra. This is State Affairs from Edmund Obilo. The man na-arụ ezigbo ọrụ. Ọrụ ya bụ ọrụ ọ gara school. Ọ nọ into history. Ọ na-arụ ya ọfụma. Ọ nọrọ onwe ya na-emere ife ya. Just not like something mụ na some ndị be anyị na-eme here. Ịnụkwana ya countless time na anọrọ m onwe m. Mana ịbịakwa, you want me to believe or say it the way it was with you. The man abịa, ọ na-agwa gị na IPOB bụ terrorist organization. Ọ na-agwa gị ya based on Bongo law. And there is nothing you can do about it. It does not matter how you want to throw your head or hit your head on the wall. That is your business. If he is not accusing, he is telling you based on Bongo law. Based on Ife Obodo Bongo Kuru, that these people has been proscribed. There is nothing you can do that will change it until I argue that in my court. Then the thing will be unprescribed. When that happened, So we go. You can follow him on his Facebook. I think he has YouTube too. You can equally follow him. This program, he did it 13 hours ago. The video have generated 13,000 views. 13 hours ago, 13,000 views. So don't think that people only come around Kelena TV. People watch and they get experience. Even remember, I didn't remember that I am perfect. I don't know anything. I want to know what they are doing. I want to know what they are doing. Some of you that is watching me, you know better than me. You can even do better than me. In fact, in on almost every platform more than me. And to look around. I didn't mean what time to look around like that. So yeah, go German call when I am for what I am with there. If yeah, we move.
I was looking at this book before joining you. It's a book entitled An African History of Africa, from the Dawn of Humanity to Independence. A book written by Zina Badawi.
Send you a message.
Look at the book.
He says book too. The man on a website about as time and the phone number you are free to contact him. You need the contact him. You need the contact him. He can way bill abroad. You gotta go. So Bria, his phone number is there. If you want to order for the book, order books. Website there.
Issues like self-determination will stare at you. Issues like identity will reflect through your mind. And when you talk about Nnamdi Kanu, you also talk about a subject of identity. In this case, it is connected to the Igbo identity. It is about the Biafran question. So why reading Zina Badawi? Questions coming up. Why Africa? Why the borders? How do we handle the subject of ethnicity? What is the definition of sovereignty in Africa? It's a book I enjoy reading. An African History of Africa. The subject we are treating tonight, the subject of history, he also reminds me the autobiography of Yakubu Gowon. The autobiography of Yakubu Gowon. There's no way Gowon was going to write his autobiography without dwelling on the Nigerian Civil War. So you can also call this a classic on the Nigerian Civil War. This was the man who supervised the war on the side of Nigeria. On the side of Biafra, you talk about Odumegu. And I'm happy that Yakubu Gowon wrote autobiography You know, I kept wondering, will Yakubu Gowon die without telling the story of the Civil War? Ojukwu died without giving us a comprehensive account of what happened, how he ran Biafra during the time.
Mana mmadụ ịgwaghị eziokwu ife a bụ nsogbu anyị nwa bụ ndị isi ojii nwere. Nsogbu anyị nwa bụ ndị isi ojii nwere. Adịghị ekwupụta okwu a na-emebiri anyị ife. Anọsịa n'ọgụ physical mana inside from back end policies ọgụ ka na-aga n'iru. Anụ ọgụ physical nke aha gaa na-anụzi ọgụ ime obi. Ife a bụ nsogbu anyị nwa bụ ndị isi ojii nwere ya ka ndị ọcha ji wee ka anyị mma. If onye ọcha forgives you now, ọ forgive onye gị. Mana onye isi ojii ọ sị gị I forgive you, ha rapụ ọ dịchadị. Anọsịa n'ọgụ Biafra yet ife na-eme na aka na-eme. And that is why o ji wee dị difficult or ijiji anụbe comprehensive, that is report into the ogosi wee mee akọwa ya in detail so that ka such a thing gara repeat. Aga na-anọzi na-aba aga ime obi n'obodo Bongo. Ya problem ndị isi ojii nwere. Mana onye ọcha will tell you all.
Though he came out with a book, I want detailed accounts during the war. Unfortunately, Ojukwu left us without an autobiography. But his friend, Frederick Forsyth, wrote his biography. You know that small, comprehensive book entitled The Maker? We can also say that is the voice of Ojukwu. Gowon was going to leave us without telling a comprehensive story. Perhaps he changed his mind. But before this book by Gowon, Professor Elagu wrote a biography of Gowon. And that book is titled Gowon. I read it, but I wanted the voice of Gowon. General Yakubu Gowon, thank you for writing this book. Thank you. It is your story. Many would disagree with your story, but it is your story. I am still reading the book. Soon I'll begin to review the book. If you are a student of Nigerian politics, you should be studying this book. He also talked about how he was overthrown. He was in Uganda when he was overthrown. He gave a detailed account of what happened, how some of those he trusted betrayed him. And he warned Murtala Muhammad, he might pay for it. It might not go well for him. Perhaps Yakubu Gowon was prophetic. Welcome to this side of time. I am a reader. I read books. What about you? When last did you read a book? Thank you for joining the broadcast. I'm used to broadcasts. Invite your friends. Tell them to join this broadcast. So what is the plan? I'll be streaming every Tuesday night and Thursday night. So you can also join on Thursday, 8 p.m. Nigerian time. Tuesdays and Thursdays. Oh, did I say Tuesday? Today's Monday, rather. Mondays and Wednesdays. It's on TikTok. On TikTok, I stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So on YouTube, Facebook, X, you catch me on Mondays and Wednesdays, 8 p.m. Nigerian time. The tragedy
As you will know,
of Nnamdi Kanu,
my wife in
or IPOB's civil
is down.
war. That is the subject we are looking at tonight. It depends on where you are. If you are in the United States, it might not be tonight. I'm not in Nigeria, but it's still tonight where I am. A question that has haunted political movements for centuries. What happens to a revolution when its prophet is silenced? You can also help me answer that question. What happens to a revolution when its prophet is silenced? What do you think is the answer? I will provide my own answer to that question. And you can leave your comments, you can write, and I'll be happy to read your feedback. If need be, I would open the phone line. You can see the numbers scrolling on the screen, but you can only call the first number. That's the 999-18449, but not now. You can call on WhatsApp. I will open the line at some point so that you can also help answer the question. What happens to a revolution when its prophet is silenced? Imagine this: a movement born from the ashes of a brutal civil war, a movement animated by the dream of a nation that never was. Its leader, a man whose voice once crackled through radio frequencies, galvanizing millions, is now reduced to whispers through prison walls. His followers, once united by a common enemy, now turn their guns figuratively and perhaps literally
against their leader
on each other.
What you see happening now between Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and the DOS that he sacked, if you are in the homeland, because of what you see happening now. Because no, let them use you. And I am telling to the leaders, because they too emotional when it comes to that is why in the well known center, because they can disappoint you anytime. So they close to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, let them manage extend to Mazen Banjoko and the extend to Dr. Ngozi Orabezu. Because if not well managed, What you see happening today, on what you killing to Mazeb and Joko, on what you killing to Dr. Ngozorabez. Nah, one of my wife is down and I'm not okay with that. It's down. So, Hamarantu is a manager because on log. It is you that is fighting for your leaders. I'm not fighting for anybody. Man, come on here to. But you see this thing now. Okay, Kotama Nnamdi Kanu, if not well managed. Kota the DOS that he sacked. Kote Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. Kote Maze Banjoko. You will end up fighting each other. Rapuzie. Nah, try. Nah. Network is
threatening expulsion and disciplinary action. This is not a plot of a political
the other
treaty.
one I come here with it.
This is the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, in 2026. A movement tearing itself apart
Exactly.
while the Nigerian state watches and perhaps feeds the flames.
Movement tearing itself apart. For what? To achieve what? For what? To achieve what? To achieve what? EGT Omega apart. The reason EGT Omega apart is because of your leaders. Don't worry, I will come If the network permits, maybe after here, I will come again. Then I will read you a write-up from somebody that you think that is very close to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So when I see some of these things, I am worried. Yes.
The Nigerian government has already branded IPOB members terrorists.
Ife o kwuru ife a bụ o nwere otu isi wee chenjie ya ka ọ dị iche from ife ọ gwara gị until ndị ọ dị n'aka ime the needful eme ya. So if you are still parading yourself as IPOB member, ụbọchị ejide gị ife a ga-agụrụ gị bụ iwu obodo. Ife a ga-agụrụ gị bụ iwu obodo. And for now, all you
Nigerian courts have convicted the leader of IPOB to life imprisonment and declared him an international terrorist. And yet, in a devastating twist, the same judiciary has acquitted one of his top lieutenants, a man now leading the charge against Nnamdi Kanu's authority.
Therefore, how he is calmly. Therefore, how he is calmly telling you the truth. Even when you came man like ya, mana ịgbagharịsịa ị ga-emezikwa kweta na ihe ọ na-agwa gị ya bụ eziokwu. So you must apply wisdom.
It is the story of Nnamdi Kanu. It is the story of IPOB. This is the story of how states destroy movements, not through military force, but through legal warfare, by creating the conditions for internal collapse. It is the story of charisma versus institution, of martyrdom.
Can they use for that internal collapse? Can they use to make sure, or can the state in use to make sure now that their plan to collapse the agitation internally, can they use? Or when they send IPOB oath members, they can use calendar TV. I'm not a freedom fighter. I'm not an insider. I know nothing. I know nobody. So, or when they know what internal people can use it. That is why somebody whom some of you may look up to as a leader, Geji Potana Radio, Guano, na Eastern Security Network, na far hand the gear over to Southeast governors so that they can be getting paid. A rap on the eye, they are bafasaga. Na comment section, ma, kigabi your strength. Internal collapse. Using the same people who are the system, they collapse the system.
Versus pragmatism of a movement trapped between its revolutionary origins and the cold realities of survival. We will trace Nnamdi Kanu's decade-long legal odyssey, from his 2015 arrest to his dramatic escape in 2017, to his sensational rendition from Kenya in 2021. We'll also look at his recent life sentence. We will examine the state's strategic deployment of the terrorist label, how an ex-parte order in 2017 criminalized an entire movement, and how selective acquittals have fueled internal fractures. We will explore the philosophical and historical parallels from the court of Peron in Argentina to the martyrdom of Öcalan in Turkey to understand the tragic choices facing IPOB at this moment. The central question is no longer whether the state will destroy IPOB. The question is whether IPOB.
Truth must be told. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu brother is my main problem because he still deferred to fight Simon by not supporting US being declared. The truth, Okaman to all of you see I got here now. Okaman, I really thank God. At times, I say, God, I thank you for the way I drop some. Because on went through to Gabo, if you say it the way it is, because normally someone will not understand it. In fact, you will become an enemy to them. You will become sabo. But I thank God for God how He has been able to see use I hear. Before I drop was I check if he get feel. I drop boy a chamfa arapia. With time, he gave me the far. I don't know how God do it. I'm not going to say man. But I remember shouting, can they align? Some people give different excuses. And when I see some of these comments, and this comment, the comment is coming from those that claim to love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, like say tomorrow no day. That is why I am afraid of all these people. Oh my God, now. So when I read this comment, hi, I will be like, no matter how you talk, oh my God, the comment now. I don't know, say you are very far from the truth. You get us, I go take the follow you. Because I know you are still very far from reality. If I raise again that info here, it gets some people when I don't go one mention their name. When I see their comment, I said no, these people they are still very far from reality. But how come man to see a man now? All these people you see, they will go back to IPOB organization, go and write it down. They cannot stand it. Go and write it down. They will go back to IPOB organization. But the beauty of it, they are free to go back to IPOB organization. Only few will remain under USB declared. Not because of anything, but because of the redeclaration and the IT document and the ID. I remember some days ago or weeks, and my child Weber, let them please make sure now this ID na Ganiru. Let them make sure now this ID na Ganiru. Let them make sure no na Ganiru. Because if I have a reference point, if I have a man again have, and if I have if I get you web again with IPOB organization. Let us continue. Okay, into it. Now some of you now when they made the talking. No longer me. I like it like that. Because if I talk, you will say I'm a sabo. Oh, I have been bought over. Oh, somebody is misinforming you.
Would destroy itself first. So, settle in. We are about to take you deep into the hearts.
Or they were in front of. That is why you see some of these sacked DOS. I said it countless times. I cannot fight them. Some of you want me to fight them. I cannot. Never. You cannot tell me in all of them were criminal. How many are we? You check how many people ASAG go from DOS. You check how many people put up on IPOB. You just am I not suffer from over 80 million? How many people remain? And if we say the need, you wear them man and one better say so because over and one better. Almost 80 million of us must have served IPOB organization and they target Sabo. So I will be no longer doing the talking. Okay, man, to many of you for something now. Keep a emotion by the side. This is the thing. But when you want to say it, some people will come up with excuse. So I will just be here, be watching it because if I carry USB declared for head because of some IPOB members in USB declared, tomorrow they will abandon you. Now USB declared, they will go back to Supreme Leader. So I know the reason why I am standing where I am standing. Based on personal conviction. Nothing more.
Of a movement's fracture, a story of law, a story of power, a story of loyalty, and the brutal calculation of political survival.
These your leaders, they will create problem. It is you that will be fighting me that have not gotten 1 naira from them. You that have not gotten anything from them. Financially, you will be here attacking me. But it represents people that created the problem. As you come and begin to fight IPOB, DOS, ASAC, that have worked, many of them have worked for almost 12 years, 15 years. So me, as you now come and begin to fight, what do I know? Tomorrow, Facebook, your leader, think. Your focus should be now, not under anybody. Dr. Ngozi Orebeze is doing the best she can. If I be fulfilled, watcher, okay, men, on that, Mepane. Kona me kind of na maze banjoko gaputa. As na 2 head is better than 1. Chukuna mama mazen e banjoko puta now. Onyeri yaka obru 2 head that is better than 1. I am for how far they can go. Because nwoke nwanyị siri ike mana nwoke bụ nwoke nwere ike ịdị determine na asị ka o mee ife siri ike mana nwanyị nwere ike ọsị na ya mee some certain things na ndị a nwere ike disappoint ya tomorrow. So ya ka iji ekpe ekpere anyị na-ekpe ka ọ pụta ọkwa ya ka iji ekwu okwu solidarity protest. You listen to Eggman fighting Lasuba. Why is he in France? These are people who question it to go down anything fight or social media banter because of protest. But you see them announcing the protest, fighting each other. How will people come to protest? But you must not look up to them. You must not take because of them or their character. Irapuzie made the right thing. Dr. Ngozi Orebeze stood her ground to make sure the character of these people, their sabotage, Aman stop Yawa declare Biafra. It was their sabotage, their character, stop Zeri from doing the right thing. If you allow their character and their sabotage to stop you from doing the right thing, standing in solidarity for Mazi Banjoko, if Dr. Ngozi Orebeze should have failed in declaring the Biafra. But she did not fail because she stood her ground, because she known if I had the right thing to do. notwithstanding the gang up, not minding the gang up, not minding the gossip. She went ahead and declared it. Go ahead, stand in solidarity with one nine working. Only now, the world want to see us gather in unison. This man, Gunta, that is always saying, go back and do your homework very well. Go and evangelize. When the number of people got put in Finland for this protest, even sorry, not Gunta, Mike Arnold. The number of people got phone at that protest, even Mike Arnold put that. When an interview next time, he will not tell you to go and put your house in order. Because all gamma that even though we disagree in social media, but we have one common thing to achieve, and that thing is freedom. But no, many of them don't trust them. Many of them, they are fighting for their leaders. When they are fighting, but to fight for Mazen now, they cannot not for Biafra freedom. When they are fighting to fight for Mazen, not for Biafra freedom. When they are fighting to fight for Dr. Ngozi Orameze, not for Biafra. You see why I can't trust them. And they are more in number than IPOB organization. Because IPOB organization will chill. So all of them, they are IPOB members, they will disappoint you tomorrow. Only few will not disappoint you. But we go there here, they look at them. Let's read. Please, my questions, is there new ESN? Is it a sponsored ESN to sabotage Nnamdi Kanu? That is what I do not know. Whether I'm over sponsored. But I never get if any about FIFA. You see, some problems you see is not about education. More academic school. Problem you see is not how it has nothing to do with education. That is the truth. Because you will see some that is very educated. But when you hear, if you are close to them, you will be shocked. The problem is far from education. Ndị be anyị rapụrụ nwere onwe a ga na-ekwu okwu ya. Ife ha lọvụrụ bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. But they did not love what he stands for. If I got the problem. So, in loving him, one writer was writing, na Kowana his write-up, na Maazị Banjoko gburu ndị be anyị. Ọ bụ ịma na ihe onye a na-achọ ịtrịga bụ ka emebezie exposition. Ka a compare bezie under Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, mmadụ onye nwụrụ, and the under Maazị Banjoko, mmadụ onye nwụrụ. So he is now one-sided, pushing. Oh, na Maazị Banjoko gburu ndị be anyị, no gburu ndị be anyị, no gburu ndị be anyị. Side Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, ọmụ onye nwụrụ, ọmụ onye ọ chọrọ ikwute okwu ya dị. That is how people are. So when you hear them push this kind of narrative, doga anya na ife ha na-ekwu bụ na ife a their spirit leader kwuru bụ ife ha believe. So they don't mind agitating for Biafra for 200 years. Provided not their spirit leader boy on isi.
Let's go into the heart of the story. Are you with me? I'll be happy to read your comments. Let me see. Let me see if you are saying something already. Are you on X? Are you listening on X? If the program benefits you, can you share?
You see what is playing out now? The only thing that gets saved if any now, but one, Nnamdi Kanu pụtara. What is happening now? The freedom of Maazị Banjoko will play an important role. Mana ọma smooth chia. Mana ife ga achịkọta nwe everything. Ife ga achịkọta nwe everything bụ na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu pụtara, Maazị Banjoko apụta. Then those that is fighting for Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu will now drag them into Biafra. Maka ọkọdị. They are following their leader. Anywhere their leader drag them to, that is where they go. So, and they so much attached to Maazị Nnamdi Kanu that his release, he will drag all of them into United States of Biafra. Then, the believer in Maazị Banjoko, and we move.
Program. Are you on Facebook? If you are learning from the program, can you share? Can you repost? Can you invite your friends to join? Can you share the link, the YouTube link? I'll be happy to see you do that. The essence is
working plan. Somebody like me, I like it for that and forget the party. No, last year. If I want you see your na France, if I remember, because you cannot set up new DOS. And if the past one before the fagaro correct, yeah. It matter you are doing your own thing. So setting up the new DOS, yes. Mana faga work in line with Maazị Banjoko. Anything outside that, they just created few Igbo people for other Igbo people to begin to fight them on social media.
Is to take the message further. So as you share,
if I don't finish it here, I will come again. We must continue.
I say thank you. As you listen, thank you. As you comment, thank you. As you prepare to call, thank you.
It is very sound now.
It is State Affairs with Edmund Obilo. All right. I'm yet to see a comment. So we are looking at a struggle that has just struck the heart of the Biafran secessionist movement.
If I am able to maintain his relevancy, manaha maro nafa jakafa na cho imeka those that love Maazị Nnamdi Kanu kafa bido jowa somajuju. I said this thing before. If you for Hana try, Famaro na if Hana eme if Hana opposite, they want him to remain there. Mana Famaro na kafane push, or remain or there. Kafane diminish love. They buy him one. But they don't understand this thing.
It is a tale of two factions a detained leader,
Vicky.
and a power struggle that reveals the fault lines threatening to tear the indigenous people of Biafra apart. On one side, you have the IPOB Directorate of State, its highest decision-making body,
Okay.
now led by Chika Edoziem. They've made an unprecedented move. They have gone ahead to indefinitely suspend the office of the leader of IPOB and the position of director of Radio Biafra. Both
you are very correct.
held.
If I have noticed this thing. Ya ka nji eti mkpu mgbe a maka chi ọ bụrụ na ndị a mere align with USB declared, people will not be this angry. People are angry now with what is playing out. People are angry, very angry, and I like it like that because ọ bụrụ na m pụtara ebe a kwuo ihe ntu out there, people will be angry with Kelena TV. Ọ bụrụ na m pụtara ebe a kwuo like that, people will be angry with Kelena TV. But now everybody is angry. People are asking questions. And the people will be asking questions. Now, even we were asking, why not release memo? Some IPOB members, not when a USB declared, they were giving excuses. I look at it, I laughed. At the dying minute, not even dying minute, they try to organize our people against DOS. I played the video here. I said, this move is not okay. Immediately after saying that this move is not okay, or the next day, memo was released. Then the question, why would we take this long to release the memo? Why? When they failed, they will drag our people to eat. You begin fighting for what you don't know. Ordinary recognize. For some time now, and now try and manage now. They are all out to fight the woman. Sunday no, they are now all out to fight the woman. Acharugo is ready. Ekenego. Then go don't share. They don't share money now. If you don't have data, go get data. They have made it very clear. Now need 50 people in media. These 50 people in media is for you to begin to fight the DOS that was sacked, not to propagate Biafra freedom. After they post, they need the 50 people in media, they shared free data. After something, follow the line. After posting, they need the 50 people, they share the data. Acharuga Charoko. After Kacharugo Charoko, post about that Acharugo will be hosting Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's brother, Kanu Takano. These 3 steps, they're very, very important. If you can actually think. But if you want to say it here, you will begin to shout. Your voice got very high. So the silence, somebody like me, now, get some people to be very angry, and it is good.
By the man who has been the movement's face for a decade.
50 people for you to fight your brothers and sisters, not to fight for freedom.
In a statement, Edoziem justified this drastic action as a protective
Let them
measure.
continue to come out. We're there here.
The DOS, that's the Directorate of State, cited intelligence report about a meeting between Kanu and Nigerian security agencies. Concerns.
DOS, na ha na-eme accuse Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na-enwe meeting ya na federal government mere. Ya ka ọ na-agụpụta gee ntị. Program a tụrụ ogologo. I pray my wife will permit me. If I run it here, I will join it in some hours' time to my other channel.
That communications from Kanu's prison have led to the arrest and death of members, and fears that a new militia is being formed to ignite violence. to take note of that point. The Directorate of State of IPOB fears that a new militia is being formed to ignite violence. The DOS argued that a decentralized leadership structure is necessary for the movement's survival, declaring that no individual has the authority to dissolve its central leadership structure. This is an administrative dispute, a fundamental claim that the movement is now bigger than the man who created it.
Imagine.
Do you think so?
Imagine. Institution.
On the other side is the IPOB faction, speaking through its media and publicity secretary, Ima Powerful, which has fiercely rejected this coup. This faction insists that Nnamdi Kanu remains the supreme leader and that he lawfully dissolved the Edosium-led DOS administration before this suspension was announced, replacing it with a new leadership headed by...
Please do well and touch the like button.
For this faction, the move by Edosium is illegal, null and void. The authority, they argue, rests exclusively with Kanu, even from prison. As one statement put it, the authority of the supreme leader remains supreme, unquestionable, and binding on all members. Now, let's look at the implications of this quarrel within IPOB. It is a fight for the very soul of the movement.
What do you mean by following your madam, Peter? Peter, what do you mean by following your madam? I'm not following Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. I am following Biafra. So if you see me following Biafra and Dr. Ngozi Orabeze happens to be heading it for now, I think there is no problem about it. I am following Biafra. So in this Biafran le follow, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze no this. There is nothing you can do about it. Who are you following? The person you are following. Biafra. I am following Biafra. And I do know that Biafra have been redeclared. And it happened, I think, 29 November 2024 in Alati, Finland, by Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. And the purpose for that redeclaration is to generate document for political approach and the rest of them. And the document generated, I can hear ID. And then I what ID is my ID in order. So I can't help you. On so on the query. I am not telling you that Dr. Ngozi Orabeze is perfect, but I am telling you that I'm following Biafra. So with this few point of mine, you are, if you are convinced with it, you are free to join me in following Biafra. Encourage them. This ID, preach this very gospel. For now, it is that ID. That ID is your identity. That ID will make you a Biafra. And don't forget, Maazị Banjoko and Dr. Ngozi Orabeze and all the cabinet members will stand ready to put these things you see together. So I cannot follow you to follow Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. You understand me? I cannot follow you to follow Genkere. I cannot follow you to follow CRC BGC. I cannot follow you to follow Dr. Ngozi Orabeze because I am following Biafra. So, deal with it.
The movement is stuck in a paradox. Its founder, Nnamdi Kanu, is a convicted prisoner with a life sentence. He is not just a leader. He has been symbolically elevated to a quasi-sacred status, the supreme leader. He is the martyr, the voice.
It is a welcome development. It is not about claiming to be USB. It is now time to walk. The work is now among us. Even at the interview, I don't know who the interview had. If I am free, then I may stream it. Go to the interview. If they open studio, ask Canon Takano question. Go to the interview. I am not interviewing anybody here. Monage don't need to have problem. Not your leaders will create problem for me and you. We begin to fight. No, me and you do not have problem. Some of these problems you see, your leaders created all of them. But because you are afraid of telling them to their face, or you are afraid of saying it the way it is, when you now see people that will say it, you will say, no, this one don't love this one. This one don't hate this one. They created these problems you see. Yes. So go and evangelize. Tell them about USB declared. You see why when we talk about unity, some of you will fight it. You going to their platform now to preach USB declared. Is that not unity? You are not calling anybody to come and walk. You are only evangelizing. You are only telling them because you know they need the Biafra. So if you go to their platform to talk about USB declared, that is unity. You appreciate. But some of our people misunderstand everything out of because you are fighting for somebody who you think you love, not me.
From behind bars, the living embodiment of the struggle. His authority is absolute
strong,
and unquestionable.
Cry.
This is a powerful tool for mobilizing the base, but it is also a fatal structural vulnerability. A movement that centralizes all powers in a single inaccessible individual.
Many of us will get sent by force.
That cannot evolve or adapt. It is frozen in time, emotionally.
You see, like I do say here, I talk a lot. So bear with me. They can Maazị Banjoko is for all Biafra. And that is what he still represents today, Nime. It is you that have who you are supporting. And the reason why you are supporting that person. Maazị Banjoko said, stay where you are. Maka na ọma na-apụta. Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, if we're going to now is to build IPOB organization called very strong. Mana ndị na-enye some kind of advice kwesịrị egwu ya ebe a nọ ka ọ mara ntụ oge esi na-ekonye. A na-eme ya eme. It is normal. Nobody is against. I'm not against him appointing DOS. No. I'm not against him. Mana ife mụnwa na-enezi anya abụ ife ga-abụ ọrụ ndị ahụ mere appoint ntụfa ga-esi na-achịkọta ife abụ ife nna-anya. They are working for Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. You will see some people now, Kanu appointed them. No. They have told you in a memo that Maazị Nnamdi Kanu appointed them. You do not want to believe it. You want to believe, no, Kanu.
And strategically, the Edosian faction is arguing that operational necessity, intelligence, and the safety of members
Very good.
require a more pragmatic, decentralized approach, a distributed network that can withstand state pressure.
Sorry, Jimmy, what do you mean by this question? Can you please explain? What do you mean by this question? So you are expecting Nnamdi Kanu to join Ngozi? Nnamdi Kanu don't need to join Ngozi. Yes. At least for now, ya nọ n'ime. O nwere ka ọ ga-esi na-ekwu iri ndị a. Ị na-aghọta now? And Ngozi recognize from her write-ups that Maazị Nnamdi Kanu is her leader. So Maazị Nnamdi Kanu pụta ya nwa na onwe ya amarago na onye abụ leader ya. So for here, nobody should join anybody. Just know the truth and follow the truth. Because when you use the word join, it will be like sound. Just know the truth. You don't need to join Ngozi. Ngozi is already telling you that Maazị Nnamdi Kanu is his leader. Ngozi is already telling you that Maazị Ebanjoko is his prime minister. Yanwa bụ deputy. Whatever position I can maintain. So it is now job of the leader to recognize the impact onye na-akpụ ya leader na-eme towards what he represents. That is just all. Ọ bụrụzikwa na o nwere ife ọzọ ị nwere to put, let me see, okay. Stay in your USB and allow others do their side. Okay, fella about the thing now. Okay, fella about the thing. Okay, fella about the thing. You see why they will end up making you to fight your brother. Okay, fella about the reason why they will use you to fight your brother. If they continue to do their thing, and they will still send message and tell you, unite, unite. Obey man now far about the problem. Obey man now far about the problem. The thing is that, God help me, I don't want to be getting angry. Serious.
The Kanu loyalists argue
But you don't want it.
that such pragmatism is a betrayal of the movement's sacred founding principles. Both sides are using the language of constitutionality. The Kanu loyalists argue that only their interpretation of the IPOB code of the IPOD. The Kanu loyalists argue that only their interpretation of the IPOB code of conduct is correct, that it gives Kanu the power to hire and fire anyone, anywhere, at any time.
Touch the like button.
The Edosian faction argues that the Directorate of State itself is the apex institution,
Okay,
and that its decisions are constitutional. This is a collision between a formal, written. This is a collision between a formal and a written constitution, and the unruly reality of charismatic authority. IPOB is discovering that its constitution is merely a rubber stamp for the will of its charismatic
ọ bụrụ na ndị be
founder.
anyị bụ ndị dị focus na nwere onwe, oge ahụ eji Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ele anya fụ na Maazị Ebanjoko na-push for his release, na-push for freedom, onye ọbụla kara support ya. Mana o nwere ndị be anyị, their belief, their focus dị only to Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, not to freedom. You don't know that at times some of your leaders may be distracting you. You don't know. Yes, Maazị Banjogu said it, that he do not want to take any order again from DSS, because the order ndị na-ezi for their own personal goal or interest. Your leader na-ezi ozi from detention ga na-ezikwa ozi to protect his own personal interest. Kedu ozi your leader ga-ezi from detention? If actually you know what you want, ejide gị ya ịnọdụ n'iro kama gị nwee the focus doing what you are doing that will bring freedom and release him. You now abandon freedom and be going to fight for the release of your leader. You want to be listening to your leader who have been captured. If you listen to him until they release him, you will abandon the struggle. You want to continue listening to a man, Ejiaka. He will tell you what to do, when to gather for protest, when to visit this one, when to create this one, when to create that one. You don't know what you want. You don't know what you're looking for. If you know what you're looking for, focus. Why?
A charter for a dictatorship of the leader. And now that the leader is in prison, the system is being tested. The Edosium faction's suspension of Kanu's office can be seen as a desperate act of survival. By accusing Kanu of creating violence, they are trying to save the movement's non-violent reputation. By questioning Nnamdi Kanu's judgment, they are protecting the lives of their members from a leader whose unguarded utterances are being monitored and used against them. How did they arrive at that conclusion? Nnamdi Kanu is the face of IPOB. Nnamdi Kanu stands his grounds. Even in court, Nnamdi Kanu stands tall.
Instead of fighting for Biafra to make Maazị Nnamdi Kanu proud, they abandon Biafra, fighting for Maazị Nnamdi Kanu's freedom. Or they can or they can, with people with this kind of mindset, or they got 200 years, and you will be surprised why they were where they are for the past 15 years. For the past 15 years, nothing to show until Maazị Banjogu. But when you want to blame the thing now, they blame. Some people will blame it one-sided.
Has never appeared as a man who is afraid of defending his ideals. Even in court, he speaks boldly. So who is behind this division?
Very important question.
Will a new IPOB come soon?
Okay.
By questioning Nnamdi Kanu's judgment, they argue
Maazị Banjogu na ife mere achieve today na emere ya achieve like this very struggle bụ na he just mechie ntị ya and abandoned DOS that was, to them, they think they were fighting for Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Maazị Banjogu abandoned them and they hit the ground running for Biafra freedom. He got right. If Maazị Banjogu rapport those that was fighting for Maazị Nnamdi Kanu and they protect his leadership as a supreme leader, as if Maazị Banjogu was interested in the supreme leadership. Kafan no na drag leadership with Maazị Banjogu. Maazị Banjogu Arafa create, build something new and move. But when you want to talk this thing now, they will tell you, oh, if there is no Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, there is no Mazen Banjogu. That is true. Mana o nwere ndị chọziri ka ejiri Maazị Nnamdi Kanu stop the freedom. Nwezie ndị si no, ngwa continue fighting for Maazị Nnamdi Kanu while I continue fighting for Biafra, that we in return save Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. And those people when they are our enemy.
That they are protecting the lives of their members from a leader whose unguarded utterances are being monitored and used against members of IPOB. It is a brutal, pragmatic claim. Their statement reads, the leader's actions are a liability to the cause. That is the words they used. The leader's actions are a liability to the cause. This is the language of political realism. The Kanu loyalists, on the other hand, have framed this as a monstrous betrayal, an act of gross insubordination, and a power grab by a group that had been lawfully dissolved. They are using the language of loyalty and martyrdom, which is the language of emotional survival for a movement under siege. Here is the most insidious implication of all. The Edosium faction is in effect claiming that the command structure itself has been compromised by the Nigerian state. They are arguing that the state is using their own leader to dismantle the movement, but the Kanu loyalist can level the same charge. Who is a foreign agent and who is a patriot? In a climate of mistrust and conspiracy, this is an impossible question to answer, and it's one of the most effective ways for a state to destroy a movement from within. In the end, this crisis is a classic tragedy of revolution.
Everybody is a suspect. Don't tell me otherwise.
A classic tragedy of revolution. It is the story of a movement that has outgrown its own methods. It cannot function without its leader.
You and I know how it all started. I do know. Nefa from ESN to Biafra Liberation Army. Jimmy. So if you see them talk about ESN, they are not far from the truth. The truth is that if our form Nnamdi is by Mazen Nnamdi Kanu Eastern Security Network, under Mazen Bandogo Kai Bidro Nova Biafra Liberation Army, he upgraded it. So that is the truth, and nobody can deny that truth. So over now, but I made video no query ESN. All of them started as ESN member. Just like what you see some people talk today about autopilot. Some people was nicknamed autopilot. So when you hear them talk about autopilot, you cannot deny the fact no merombe about autopilot. So that is how I see it. Dalo.
But its leader cannot function without creating chaos. What do you think?
It's already here. The war is already here.
The question for IPOB is no longer just about Biafra. It is about its own ability to exist.
Okay.
Can a movement built on the charisma of one man survive the loss of that man?
It cannot survive. It cannot. It cannot survive. Now, no truth. IPOB is built around Nnamdi Kanu. And these things you see happening now, he can hire and fire. So if anybody need to move away from, USB very, very important. I am not telling you for you to believe me, but look around you. IPOB is built around Nnamdi Kanu. Without Nnamdi Kanu, there is nothing like IPOB. So without Nnamdi Kanu, there is nothing like Biafra freedom. We are still joking. If we are serious, we will embrace freedom, no matter who is bringing it. That is the truth.
Or does it face the final bitter fate of all such movements, self-destruction, before the enemy can even deliver the final blow? I would like to get your feedback. Okay, I have a caller here.
Yes, Mr. Obilo, good evening from here.
I greet you.
Yes, I saw a very wonderful program you are holding, and I want to give a wonderful contribution. Anyway, my name is Keke Ugo.
This caller now, I think, is Keke Oda from I think, what they call the OS member. This caller said, it means BLA was still wearing the coat of ESN under Mazeba. Yes, is the answer. Because some of you can exhibit the character of a typical Nigeria inside your freedom organization. So that is who they are. Very simple. That is who they are. So over there, Kelemna SDOS is not fighting for Nnamdi Kanu, but for their benefit, only for money. I'm not on them. Why Faji Webi doesn't fight for only money? Something must have happened. If I had noticed, like me, well, this your question, not the deep.
This question you asked now is a very important question, and the strategic question we need to answer if all of us are sincere. You don't create something. Let me just say something like you are asking this question. I saw a write-up of strategic of Nnamdi Kanu IPOB civil war. The truth of the matter, we don't have civil war. We have enemy within. That is what is called enemy within, because of power mongers, envy and jealousy, and they want to disturb and just to demolish everything we have.
No matter how you look at it, some of these DOS people, they want to speak up. But problem in the buying, they close their mind and their heart not to listen to them. They are not running away. They are not shining away. Somebody like this Keke Oda now, Keke Oda have just called so that you can equally hear his own side of the story. Over this thing, some people see here. By now, many of them are Abasiana. under hiding or Habasana into hiding. But they keep coming. They want to talk. They want people to hear them. But some people, out of emotion, have refused to open their mind and they hear them. Don't believe them, but just listen to them. Okay, maybe but no, to some people.
For the past 10 years. I don't know if you have any important question to people like us that is inside the IPOB. So I will answer you verbatim here.
No, I just want your comment on what is going on.
Okay, my comment for what is going on, we have to stand firm. All of us in the eastern part of Nigeria, is Biafran region, if I may use that word, we must stand firm for this particular ESN, the called ESN that is coming today. We must stand, all of us, to stop this particular attitude they want to bring in the name of calling Nnamdi Kanu's name.
Now, well, he said that people must rise up to stop this thing now in the name of ESN. The question, why? Number two, Kezi ESN and Kepa in charge. Let us continue to listen. Maybe Kaimana Mokuru, Banyana ESN and Kehawad in charge.
My brother, everybody will suffer for this. The kidnapping have been too much. Nobody knows whether it's Fulani, nobody knows whether it's our people. In the name of creating ESN under Biafra or whatever they are doing, my brother, we must condemn it. So my question and my opinion is for all of us to stand as you have this program to condemn this particular atrocity before it's too late. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining the discourse. Thank you. Thank you.
He did not talk about the ESN. They were telling you that they were in control. Optranonwe ESN had in control. If any now, he would never go canary.
You can see the numbers scrolling on the screen. If you want to join the discourse, you call the first one. That is 08039 18449. Yes, you call.
Why is she now afraid? Okwa nwere ndị ọsị na ha bụ Biafra Liberation Army. Okwa fa pụtago na akwu okwu ESN. I am waiting for Lolo Nneka Chimezie. Ka mara kene side Lolo Nneka Chimezie ga-esi ga-apụta. Ka mara, because now she go learn new tale. She go learn new by force.
Call the first one. And if you also want to order books on the Civil War, you can contact to Dara Books on these numbers too. And remember to make your comment brief and straight to the point. Hello.
Hello.
I greet you.
Hello, please confirm you can hear me. Good evening.
I can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Edmund. And thank you for the program you're holding regarding the issues surrounding IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, and the members. Yes, I have a contribution to make. I have listened and gotten the questions you have asked regarding this. My submission is this. In this struggle, we only have one leader, and that is Nnamdi Kanu. According to their code of conduct, which I've been able to see, he solemnly have the power to appoint and dissolve. Just the same way he has appointed Chike Dozin, is the same way he has dismissed him. What I see happening is a tussle for power. And because we know...
The thing is that programmer Katuraka, okay, very far. So putting link now. I think Onyawana should just calm down. Link will come. But listening to these callers and this program and the drawing from them for now is more important than contributing. Nuchen Kemo.
That the third administration of the IPOB has been infiltrated, so they are trying to force themselves to the people. This is my own submission. I might be wrong. So what Nnamdi Kanu has done from the prison is to say, look, I am still in charge. So it's left for the federal government to know who to deal with. So if they think they have been able to infiltrate IPOB, now it is proving to them that without me, the struggle.
The thing is that many of them have what are even the IPOB, if you open it with the Rambidis, Edmund made it very clear. According to Obodo Bongo law, IPOB has been proscribed. So, a move from IPOB is very important. Or, Sagodi for Bonina, ga challenge in a court. If I defend by so, common sense, question wagana, Oga and the Amerifa, if I am able to stop you, Kafamwe legal ground, it didn't make it for one hand. So, Oga Famaria, common sense, Gawage, move to another thing. Or a rapuze if you name Gabege challenge in a court, which one will you take 100 years. And if I have a mazep and document, or move from ESN. ESN, on what only across ESN, na international community get it. ESN is like vigilante. In a Google freedom, on what if you when they buy there, but on what if you Mboba na ndị mmadụ pụtara na-agụnye NCNC ka ọ gịnị ANC of South Africa na-grade ya la IPOB. The thing I find it difficult to believe na fancha bụ the same thing. IPOB is an organization nowhere with one man. Without him, nothing goes, nothing goes out, nothing goes in. So, Maazị Banjoko Ibiodu, Biafra Liberation Army. If you were my father, Afagabe Oya, na international community, Okwefe Ngota. Mana, nda name ife ESN. Many of them got akwaro. Or Maazị Banjoko nwere ike kọwara afa. Mana, many of them gana afụta ya na ọ bụ na Maazị Banjoko kwue ya direct. That he is disobeying Maazị Nnamdi Kanu and they may run away. Okay, friend. So, Eastern Security Network, what on you got calling for the international community get Ghana, check and over if I had a Bukarebo Liberation Force, movement, Liberation Force, movement, Liberation Force, movement. If I have a language of Ndele Manankabu Eastern Security Network.
Continue. With me, the struggle still continue. So I am the face of this movement.
We don't have any other option.
You must continue. This is my submission. But on the other hand, for the people, I mean the followers, what I believe is they are confused on what to believe because of the plenty narrative flying around since the kidnap of Nnamdi Kanu. So it's difficult to believe or to trust someone. And owing to the fact that Nnamdi Kanu is still in prison, it makes it even more difficult. So at this point, We'll keep watching and see how things unfold. I believe the fourth administration that has been appointed by Nnamdi Kanu, from the look of things, watching the man appointed, I forgot his name, when he made his welcome speech, at least now they have someone who can speak to the people.
Sorry about that. The sound is back now. The sound is back now. The sound is back now. What if IPOB organization is not fit? Inwetara anyị nwere onwe. Ị ga-eji na maka na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu debere ya nọdụ di ya. On some of this hard truth, they are like Israel.
When Nnamdi Kanu is not there, unlike the previous third administration, where no one was able.
Hello, Mr. Obilo.
Mike, people are now called in. If you are in support of USB declared, we expect you to be calling into some of these programs. That is the truth. We expect you to be calling into some of these programs so that you can tell them, Kafagota.
It's you.
Yeah, good evening, sir. I saw your program. I say, let me add my own view on your question regarding what's going on in IPOB. Mr. Obilo, you are a very sound journalist, and I've been following you for a while. I know you understand how the government deals with insurrection or a group like us, the free fighters and the agitators. What the government tries to do here is to implore a system where everybody will have this trust to each other by accusing one another. That will lead them to the eventual is against nobody, but
movement can survive, but only through a difficult and often violent of what is going on in our IPOB. History offers a clear, if sobering answer. Remember the question: can a movement built on the charisma of one man survive the loss of that man?
The answer is no. They cannot survive it. Can a movement built around one man survive the loss of that man? The answer is no. If I ever have questions, the sound is back now. The sound is back now. Need to answer this question. I said it here that time. There is every possibility that this DOS now of any template to work on. And because of that, somewhere enwero any template to work with. That may be because the struggle or the movement or the organization is built around one man, Nnamdi Kanu. So no Nnamdi Kanu, no Biafra freedom. The earlier you wake up to this reality, better for you. This question from Okanaju, but if he got you onwegi, Nnamdi Kanu mgbe ọbụla eji ya IPOB scatter ọnọdụ n'ime ma appoint leadership. Mgbe ọbụla eji ya IPOB anọrọ stagnant. Mgbe ọbụla eji ya IPOB not stagnant. Maazị Ekpanjọkụ came and they break that barrier. The sound is back now. The sound is back now. Maazị Ekpanjọkụ will break that barrier. And the USB declared abroad an evidence that Maazị Ekpanjọkụ actually succeeded in breaking that barrier. Or break that barrier. Drop what pathway onye ọbụla ga-follow. Ozugbo ejidere Maazị Ekpanjọkụ, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze followed that pathway by declare Biafra and dispatching notification letters to Mbowa that we have declared. So if I now have an important question,
or does it face the final bitter face, or does it face the final bitter fate of all such movements, self-destruction, before the enemy can even deliver the final blow? In this instance, history offers a clear, if sobering answer. So let me attempt to answer the question. I will also give you the chance to answer. My answer to the question is yes. Yes, that movement can survive, but only through a difficult and often violent transformation. Let's look at how this has played out in world.
Violent transformation. Underline, George, you did that one. Now let's go.
Politics. Here, I am going to consider three distinct paths. And these paths reveal the options and the perils that lie ahead for IPOB. Part 1. I call it the routinization of charisma. It can also be described as Gaullism in France, because I want to use Gaullism in France as a case study. And when I say Gaullism, I'm referring to the man Charles de Gaulle, a former leader of France. He was a charismatic leader. So because of his immense contribution to world politics, he's been studied, and the study of Charles de Gaulle is Gaullism. Who knows? Nnamdi Kanu might also be a school of political thought that can be studied. In that case, it can be Kanusm. Max Weber, the sociologist who defined charismatic authority, argued that for a movement to survive its founder, it must undergo routinization. Routinization. What does this mean? It means transforming the leader's personal magnetic appeal into a more durable form of authority, like a political party or a set of institutions. It means transforming the leader's personal magnetic appeal.
Na-ege now. If ọ na-agụ pụta, ọ bụ ife this DOS na-try ime. Don't forget, I said something before. Now, this thing you see happening now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will learn from it. DOS will learn from it. Our people can equally learn from it. IPOB, this IPOB Asakre now, they are telling you that they want to institutionalize IPOB. Maybe, or Kogare Buzi one-man show. If I had you were Kogare Buzi one-man show, because maybe if under one-man show, now the thing they help now the thing makes them blind. The thing do not make it impossible for them to think on what to contribute. In what you can have as leaders, man, in the research, they are not allowed to exercise some authorities expected from leaders without the approval of their supreme leader. So you can just say, now this thing from them, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is learning from it. He can equally lose from it. The DOS, they are learning from it. And they can equally lose from it. But at the end of if any from Agane, Biafra, Budikoko, Manabagari see now, on the ID as we speak. So I got dragidi henina, dragidi at the end of the day, I got one day ID. And in their ID can equally make themselves available when they are being called upon. I want you to know this. Nina ID now does not mean that they gabi joining it tomorrow. Na farmer without their own ideal to the umweronwe ke ga forward. So everybody need reading and learn from what you see happening now. If actually you want freedom, unless you are not just screen leader, screen commander, you are free.
Into a more durable form of authority, like a political party or a set of institutions. A classic example is France's Gaullist movement. When President Charles de Gaulle resigned in 1969, many predicted that his political vehicle would collapse. Yet the Gaullist party survived and remained a major force in French politics. This happened because under de Gaulle, the movement had already built a solid institutional base, a party apparatus, and a political identity that could outlast the man. The charismatic bond was translated into a structured organization. Let's look at part 2. However, a charismatic movement does not necessarily have to become a bureaucratic organization. The political scientist Kathleen Andrews Lee has studied how movements like Peronism in Argentina and Chavismo in Venezuela have survived by reviving their charismatic nature. This happens when a successor leader fulfills two conditions. One, they implement bold, successful policies that prove that they are also capable leaders. They symbolically tie themselves to the founder's legacy, convincing followers that they are continuing the founder's mission. That is number two. In Argentina, leaders after Juan Perón deliberately cultivated his messianic image and the movement's cult of personality to retain power. Awolowo was able to do that in Yoruba land. As we speak, in Yoruba land, they are still talking about Awoism, the followers of Awo. Nnamdi Azikiwe could not achieve that in Igbo land, perhaps because of the civil war that brought in another charismatic leader, Chukwemeka Odumegu Ojukwu. We'll come to that. In Argentina, leaders after Juan Perón deliberately.
Nobody is asking you to follow DOS. If both parties get learn from what is happening now. And we go reality on ground. And you could have before, no we thank God for USB declared. So, Kafaneme institutionalization. Kamazen na the canon a weapon, DOS, Nathan Dolfo, to continue IPOB organization. And when there's something waiting, which is a reality, but USB declared. So, Yakaiji was again, no we thank God for the declaration. The reason why because of this declaration, if not, with this thing Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB DOS is doing now, just fair the struggle, bye-bye. Fair Biafra, bye-bye. Don't even talk about it. Oh, Maka, Maze Panjoko, oh, Maka, if Maze Panjoko na plan, Keji, where Gajidia. Because they have succeeded their plan with IPOB. Jidema Nnamdi Kanu scatter the IPOB within. They succeeded. But Maze Panjoko Kobutarisia. Oh, Maze Panjoko and the USB declare the Kakaji freedom today. If you don't know it now. If not, very bye-bye.
Cultivated his messianic image and the movement's cult of personality to retain power. Similarly, in Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro repeatedly invoked the name of Hugo Chavez to sustain support for his own administration, leaning on the founder's immense symbolic capital. Sadly, Nicolas Maduro was recently extracted from his bedroom by the United States of America. Even at that, the followers of Hugo Chavez are still in charge in Venezuela. So this part suggests that a movement doesn't have to depersonalize. It can instead transfer its emotional core to a new chosen leader. Has Nnamdi Kanu done that already? Now let's look at part 3. The failure of succession. And I'll use the Biafran War as a case study. So this brings us to the most tragic example, one intimately tied to the very cause that IPOB champions, the original Republic of Biafra. That movement, led by the charismatic Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, ended not with a smooth succession, but with a military defeat in January 1970. The enemy, in quote, delivered the final blow. The Nigerian Federal Forces took over Biafra. There was never a chance to test the movement's ability to survive its leader because the state did not survive the war.
If I abo, if an abo, Obana Somonde na were our case in more for the now join other people's case. Onwe ka na-esi afụtabe keesi anyị na Biafra dị iche. Ọ dị iche. Keesi anyị na Biafra dị iche. Keesi anyị na Biafra, you cannot just compare it like that. At times, with Somaliland. Ekwene m ife before. Somaliland, guy, keesi anyị enwe ka ọ dị. But you need to calm down before you got the thing. If you cannot calm down and understand it, if you can have a Korea into our this manner, if you got this steps you get take. Mark Gamana, our case diche. Ndị Niger Delta na ebe a na-ekwuru ọzọ. Ndị nke a na the other side na-akọrọ ihe ọzọ. Ndị nke a na ebe na-akọrọ ihe ọzọ.
So this is the cautionary tale of IPOB. External defeat renders all questions of internal succession irrelevant. When I did my master's degree in political science, my thesis was on the Igbo question, and the focus was Ahịara Declaration. Because Ahịara Declaration is the Biafran document stating the ideals of the Biafran Revolution. If you are an Igbo man and you have not read that document, please go and read it. It is online. Download it, read it. And I'm planning to publish my thesis because I did an analysis of that document. I am a student of the Biafran question. And if you check my YouTube channels, you will find interviews on the Nigerian Civil War. I'm still conducting more interviews that will be released soon. Because the Biafran question is the biggest question in the history of Nigeria. And it cannot be swept under the carpet just like that. And it's part of the reason that the governments of the time removed history from secondary school syllabus.
Okay.
But we must study it. So I read anything on Biafra. That is why when Yakubu Gowon released his autobiography, I was excited. I said, yes, let Gowon tell his story of the war. Just that I'm sad that Ojukwu did not give us a detailed account of the war. But many of those who fought alongside Ojukwu have given detailed account of the war. This is Gowon's autobiography. You get this book on udarabooks.com. Udarabooks.com is our store. What we have done with that bookstore
The sound
is
is what?
to stock every available work on Nigerian history. So udarabooks.com offers you the opportunity to get available books. Some of the books on the Biafran War are no longer available. And reading those books will also help you understand different perspectives of the war. I have seen some.
The truth is that we cannot continue talking to each other. So at times, we listen to them. And when we find from them, I am to he is just doing his thing. He do not want you to believe everything he is saying. He is not concluding. He is not supporting. He is only standing na center.
Some persons that have already condemned Yakubu Gowon's story. It is his story. He tells his story the way he wants to tell it, but historians will analyze it. I don't know if you have listened to my interview with Alabi Sama. I have sat down while Alabi Sama was writing this book. I was even reading the manuscript. What attracted me to him while he was writing was the maps he had of the war. Yeah, he fought on the side of Nigeria. He told the story. And the pictures in the book, the pictures, no one had or has the picture that Alabi Sama has of the war. He went into the war with cameras. You can see pictures. Every page, you find pictures of the war, and you find maps of the war. So you can listen to my interview with Alabi Sama on my YouTube channel. And I must say, he wrote a good book. I saw him writing the book. I saw him publish the book. It is his own story. I cannot tell his story for him. I have told my dad to write his own story. He fought in the war. I have interviewed him. Someday I will release the interview. He fought in the war. He saw the war. He fought on the Biafran side. Now, and these books are not just, look at this one, The Last Flight. Oh, you will love this book. A pilot remembers the Air Force and the Biafran air attacks, written by Captain August Ukwe. You know, he spoke about how they escaped from Kaduna. He was part of the Nigerian Air Force. When the pogrom started in the north, Igbo officers needed to run away. His description of how they escaped is dehumanizing. It is dehumanizing. How military officers were escaping from death from the north. It is a must read for anyone interested in the Civil War, The Last Flight. You'll find it on udarabooks.com. And you can also get them through the numbers on the screen. You can just chat to Udara Books. Those are also Udara Books number. It is our store. I am the founder of the store because I feel that we should read about what happened. So we have collected more than 50 works on the war. We are yet to put Yakubu Gowon's book on the store, but we have copies. We have copies, but it's not on the website yet. It is about the tragedy of Nnamdi Kanu. It is about IPOB. Is there a civil war in IPOB? I am ready to read your comment. Share as you go. Let's share this broadcast. All right, let's take some calls. Be moderating your comments. Be moderating your comments. Hello.
Hello, good evening. Yeah, good evening, Obilo. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for picking my call. My name is Patrick.
Yes, Mr. Patrick, make your comment.
Okay, yes, I want to appreciate you. I followed your programs as regards to the issue of Biafra. In fact, I'm one of your fans, considering your interest in the Biafra story. And it's also quite interesting to still see you coming to IPOB issue to also help possibly write the story.
Is this not this sounds like Patrick Ikem? Well, let's continue to listen.
As well, because I know that in the future you might choose to write your own book.
This sounds like
based on
Patrick.
Your experience and stories you've had and documentaries you've made as regards to the IPOB journey. You know, so for me, it's quite delighting, and that is the reason many of us are concerned that we have to set the record straight, because the story will also be told in the future, just like we see the likes of Gowan telling their own stories and every other person who participated in the Biafra Civil War. Some of the Biafra Civil War stories were distorted, no doubt. Some of the stories were told, in defense of the Biafran side, while some were also told in the defense of the Nigerian side. You know, so you can tell your story based on how you feel it suits your own interest and understanding. So that brings us to the issue of IPOB. And there is a question you asked just a few minutes ago: is there a civil war in IPOB? Absolutely not. There is no civil war in IPOB. The truth of the matter is that IPOB have never lived without crisis. From its foundation to this moment, IPOB have gone through crisis right from onset due to what I will say lack of some sort of transparency in dealings. In recent time, we've seen the likes of Wazurike, we've seen the likes of Emeka Siri coming to tell their own story of their encounter with Nnamdi Kanu. We've seen so many other people too who have come to talk about how they sponsored the project and how the whole story went down. So when you look at the trajectory of how
This is Patrick Ikem.
started,
Patrick Ikem.
Also looking at that from the perspective of what we are seeing today, the whole trajectory goes always in the same direction, where Nnamdi Kanu have not actually been able to work effectively, transparently, with people who have worked with him right from the beginning to this moment. And these are the experience we've also seen some of us in IPOB, where at some point the IPOB as an organization was kind of being pushed into a direction of a family kind of hegemony, and with that perspective, a lot of young Biafrans feel it is completely wrong that the IPOB that everybody have contributed to through crowdfunding, supported. We've seen young people put their lives on the line, make sacrifices. Is being pushed
in a direction
Martin
that makes it
Dalo.
look like a family, Nnamdi Kanu family business. So when you say there is a civil war in IPOB, yeah, to some extent there is a kind of internal revolution and resistance to make sure that such does not happen. Now, at the beginning, I listened to people calling in to talk about the dissolving of the Directorate of State. For the first time in IPOB, we saw a situation where leadership structure of IPOB was built outside the pool. It has never happened before. So that gives a lot of people concern and put a lot of suspicion in people's mind that you cannot choose leadership of IPOB outside the pool, considering the laid down rules and regulation that guides the IPOB structure. There is a code of conduct that put their IPOB structure in a formation that you cannot choose leadership from outside the pool. And that is the reason you see people consider the new setup, whatever, if I may use the new setup structure by Nnamdi Kanu as illegitimate because it is not in conformity with the IPOB code of conduct and IPOB oath, because there is also an oath that backs up that code of conduct. So practically many IPOB members, thousands and millions of IPOB members are asking questions, but they're not getting their required answers. Do you want to ask a question?
No, I'm just saying you should round off.
Okay. So let me try to round it up. So as long as IPOB all over the world is concerned, what is being constituted now as a new Directorate of State is completely illegitimate to Biafrans all over the world who are IPOB members, who have paid their dues, who have made their contributions, who have put their lives on the line. The new constituted body.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
It doesn't conform with the principle that guides the movement. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for making your point. Let's also make it brief so that other.
All the very, very important, we allow people to talk and we listen to people. So at the end of the day, I draw a conclusion. If I were Patrick, he came on your before Keke order. Patrick, he came.
That can contribute.
So all right, thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
All right, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
So make your point.
Okay. Good evening from here, Mr. Obilo. Good evening from here. All right, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay. You see, don't monitor through your system. Monitor through the phone because there is delay. I can hear delay.
Yeah.
So just listen to me through your phone.
It's all right. Good evening. Also, so good evening to our great listeners. I am Mazitika Austin, a member of the movement of the indigenous people of Biafra. Let me respond to the question you raised, which has to do with if there is a civil war in IPOB. To me, there is absolutely nothing like civil war in IPOB. Rather, what IPOB is experiencing, just like every movement prior to this time, is what I would call transition. And that transition is as a result of development. The transition is as a result of the contingencies, events happening, which might not really be in the original plan of the movement, but circumstances. And every movement that wants to survive must be unique to study events, evolving events, and be able to make sure she takes advantage of the event. So if you look at IPOB, unarguably the former leader of the movement, which is Nnamdi Kanu, because the position is so far suspended by the leadership. When the state caught him, whether we like it or not, Nigerian government cannot spend all the resources to get him in Kenya, and we expect them not to work to undermine the movement, except we do not understand the behavior of state actors. We have to tell ourselves the truth, devoid of sentiment. And so far, since he was renditioned back to Nigeria, there have been a very obvious clandestine efforts to undermine the movement, which is, these efforts have been targeted on the structure of the movement. I will give you several instances where decisions have been taken, not in cognizance, not in relationship with the structure of the movement.
Hello.
And you hear words like lawyers said, Onyendu said, phrases like that. Siblings of Onyendu giving order with the phrase Onyendu said, without even looking at the administrative structure of the movement. So it has gotten to a point that every available intelligence is pointing to the fact that the state actor and her collaborators are maximizing that, phrase of Onyendu said. And in order to make sure that slogan is not used to penetrate and undermine the core objective of the movement, the office was suspended. The office was suspended. Take note of that, because the office has been used by individuals advancing moves that undermine the core objectives of the movement. And when they ask them, they say, the director said. So the action you saw the leadership taking, those actions were taken in order to safeguard the movement and her destination.
Thank you.
It's wrong for anybody to interpret that. I hope I'm coming out loud.
You are loud, but Randolph.
Good. Let me run. It's wrong for anybody to interpret or give a correlation of such as a civil war. No, it is action that is propelled as a result of survivalhood. And of course, every sensible person commends the leadership under Chika, Dibia, Edoziem in taking that pragmatic action. Thanks so much. I want to appreciate you because I do follow your programs. They are really intellectually packed. Keep it up. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I will open the lines again. On international relations. So I also have a BSc in international relations. I'm also a theater person. For those who have followed me on radio, over time, I used to run a program called Village Square. Might be deliberately exploiting this crisis to destroy IPOB from within. I'm a learner. I learn every day. As you are giving me this feedback, I am learning. And after the show, I'll go back and listen again. You are providing me with research tools, your comments. I will go back, listen, analyze them.
We are not talking about Dr. Ngozi Oraveze here. Rather, Oya Kanji weka some of you mma. If I na webta bụ ife ị ga-amụta ife na ya wee gbado anya na nwere onwe. Onye ị na-afụ ebe a ọ dị ka Dr. Ngozi Oraveze. But you don't want to listen. You don't want to learn from people. The only thing you want to be shouting is spring leader, spring commander, spring leader. Even if wetakwu nke spring leader nwatinye nke a ka ị ga-like ịnụ. Ịnụcha ya, you will not implement anything. So I am here contributing my own quarter.
I'll continue the analysis on the Igbo question. It is about the tragedy of Nnamdi Kanu. To understand the depths of this crisis, we have to go back to the beginning to understand how Kanu got to prison, and more importantly, how the Nigerian state might be deliberately exploiting this crisis to destroy IPOB from within. Kanu's journey.
Onye abụrụkwa a freedom fighter, ọ bụrụkwa IPOB member. Who throw everything open. So you can learn from what is happening. You can call into his program. So you listen, you learn. We learn every day.
Journey to a life sentence is a saga of arrest, escape, and extraordinary rendition. It began in October 2015 when he was arrested in Lagos on charges of treasonable felony and terrorism. He spent 18 months in detention before being granted bail on health grounds in April 2017. But his freedom was short-lived. That September, a military operation at his family home forced him to flee with a bench warrant issued for his arrest. He remained in exile for nearly 4 years. Then, in June 2021, came the dramatic twist. He was sensationally rearrested in Kenya and returned to Nigeria, a move later ruled unlawful by a Kenyan high court. The Nigerian government called it an arrest. Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers have always called it an extraordinary rendition. The trial that followed was chaotic. It was passed between different judges. And in a pivotal moment, a court of appeal ordered his release, declaring his rendition illegal. That ruling was overturned by the Supreme Court, which restored the terrorism charges. In the final phase before Justice James Omotosho, the proceedings took an even more bizarre turn. Kanu fired his legal team and chose to represent himself. He reportedly asked the court a single question. "My lord, please show me the law under which I am being tried." His defense team later argued that the prosecution had engineered a trial without law, noting that the judge admitted that the Constitution forbids conviction without a written law, but the judge proceeded anyway. On November 20, 2025, Justice Omotosho convicted Kanu and sentenced him to life imprisonment. The judgment on November 20th, 2025 was delivered after a decade of legal drama. The scene itself was chaotic. Kanu was forcibly removed from the courtroom for unruly behavior before the ruling was read. He was insisting that the judge was biased and that proceedings couldn't continue. Despite Kanu's objections and his decision to rest his case without entering a defense, Justice Omotosho proceeded to convict him on all 7 counts of terrorism, including treason and membership of a proscribed organization. The court found him guilty of count 1 and 2. The court declared that Nnamdi Kanu committed acts of terrorism by broadcast intending to intimidate the population and issuing a sit-at-home order that violated the freedom of movement of Southeasterners. The court found him guilty of counts 4 and 5, that Nnamdi Kanu encouraged the public to kill and attack Nigerian security officers. Justice Omotosho convicted Nnamdi Kanu of count 6, that he incited the public to burn federal government facilities in Lagos, causing major economic loss. On count 3, the court found him guilty of professing himself a member of IPOB, a proscribed terrorist organization. On count 7, Justice Omotosho convicted Kanu for importing a radio transmitter for Radio Biafra. Perhaps the most politically significant aspect of the ruling was Justice Omotosho's declaration that Kanu is an international terrorist. This classification stemmed from specific broadcast. This classification stemmed from specific broadcast where Kanu threatened to attack the British High Commission and kill the then British High Commissioner, Katrina Liang, and also ordered that the American embassy be brought down. The judge framed these actions as acts of international terrorism under Section 3 of the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act 2013, arguing that they risk a diplomatic incident involving Nigeria and foreign powers. The prosecution had pushed for the death penalty, but Justice Omotosho opted for life imprisonment, citing 2 reasons. 1, the international community's increasing opposition to executions, and his personal decision to temper justice with mercy. The breakdown was life imprisonment on counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. 20 years imprisonment on count 3, and 5 years imprisonment on count 7, all to run concurrently. The judge also ordered Kanu to be kept in protective custody, not in Kuje prison, and banned him from unsupervised use of digital devices. The court ordered the federal government to take over his transmitter. Crucially, Justice Omotosho dismantled Kanu's key defenses. On the issue of his extraordinary rendition from Kenya in 2021, the judge ruled that even if it was illegal, it did not invalidate the trial, as Kanu had already been arraigned in 2015. The remedy
if I na go ebe. So some of these things they're very, very important. And I go and even the lawyers are now so that corner they very fresh to onye ọbụla nga ya abụfa na-agafe appeal ka fa na-akwado ọfụma na this extraordinary rendition na-ekwutere okwu ya the judge asị na ọ matara because na ya nwa anọrọ ọbụgo na court since 2015. Let's continue.
for unlawful rendition, he argued, was monetary compensation, which he noted that Kenya had already awarded, not a halt to the trial. Justice Omotosho also dismissed the argument that the trial was based on a repeat statute, that the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act of 2013 was in force when the offenses were committed. The program is State Affairs. Join the discourse. The lines are open.
Nnamdi Obilo.
Good evening.
Thank you for your hard work on issue of Igbo people and Biafra in general. We appreciate you, sir.
Thank you.
Please, I'm just to tell you, don't mind the insult that's coming on the comment section. You can see how these people are pained.
Okay.
You can see how Kanu brother came here with the insult, insulting people. This one.
Wait, was no Kanonta brother. Kanonta brother. Okay, okay, let's continue.
What we are talking about. IPOB is not built by family.
Okay.
It's built by IPOB.
The earlier you focus on Nwere, better for all of you. The earlier I don't focus on Nwere, ma ọ bụrụ na Nwere ka ị na-achọ. Ọ bụ na ị ma na ife na-amịgharịrị bụ for Nwere, ị ga-focus na Nwere. If we talk about here, it go be like Nwere adịghịzi dị ya. Nwere adịghịzi na IPOB. Nwere the under USB declared. Ebe Maazị Banjoko bụ the PM. Dr. Ngozi Orabeze is currently the DPM. And they are issuing ID. And then we protest in Abia in solidarity for Maazị Banjoko that is standing for Biafra. And that protest, nobody can take the glory of it. The glory of that protest, the plan for the protest will be Biafrans. And that protest is for Biafra. And at the end of that protest, can Biafra take care of the glory?
In general. And the Kanonta and his junior brother have no position in the IPOB. This is what we are talking about. Please, sir, don't be discouraged. Don't be worried with it.
Thank God you said it is absolutely illegal in any working system. Even at the place in our work, a man na-ekwu okwu nwere onwe na mgbidi izi. Ọ maka na ọ dị ya work ka eji ekwu okwu nwere onwe. And ọ maka na ọ dị ya work ka o ji wee ka nọrọ ebe ọ nọ up till now. When any other choice. Even on our work, we will not talk about nwere onwe. Because even if you try, nobody will listen to you.
Their insult. Please, just know that the intelligence ones are listening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for joining the discourse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can see how.
Hello.
Hello. They cannot defeat this struggle. Currently, indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, it is very difficult. And I want to ask you, I like what you read out, all those things that George said, George Omotosho, Yoruba man. During the Biafra War, Awolowo did his own by starvation of my people, of Biafran people. You can see that Yorubas, not Hausa, although I know that Fulani people are clean people in some part of Nigeria, even in eastern part of Nigeria. Yoruba people are the problem of the Igbos, sometimes not the Hausas, precisely. Obilo, I want to ask you again to ask Nigerian government to test this particular movement with a referendum. But if they are using the tactic of telling Nnamdi Kanu to destroy IPOB so that they will release him in negotiated separatism, it cannot work. People are determined. I don't know. So therefore, I want to raise my case or concluding to say, no matter the suppression, no matter the way they try to blow us, the struggle will not die. I am making prophecy, not the type they make in Nigeria or will make in Nigeria. Take it from me. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for joining. He wrote a very good book on the war because he fought the war. And one area we discussed was the Awolowo perspective. We'll come to that point. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Obilo, sir.
I greet you.
Good evening, sir. Am I coming out clear?
You are coming out clear, but turn down your own device so that we are not listening to ourselves through your own device.
I'll turn it down, sir.
All right.
Good evening, sir.
I greet you.
Yeah, my name is Dike Bwenyi. I'm a bona fide of IPOB member since 2015. Mr. Obilo, there is not much problem in this IPOB family. The only problem is that Mazi, our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, is the one causing this problem. We all believed that we trust him, we believe in him. We don't know that he single-handedly this family into his brothers, into his siblings' hand. That's the only problem here. After the Nigerian government kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu, the junior brother, which is Kanunta, want to take over the leadership. He want to take over the leadership. Why we have HOD, DOA, which lead by Chike Doziem.
Question if some of these guys is it true? Some of these things you and I know the answer.
problem here. I think that Chike dossier succumb to Kanu, there will be no problem in this IPOB. There will be no problem. That is the only issue. He wanted to suppress them to be the leader. That's the only issue. I think that the leadership succumb to him, there will be no problem here. And the second one is that imagine in organization we are into, we cannot ask Nnamdi Kanu a question. We do not ask question. Both the leadership, we dare not ask any question. Imagine in a finance like this, only one man and the financial and the woman that owing our money and the counter a signatory to withdraw and to know what is going on there. How can?
Well, Anna, are you hearing something? Are you hearing something? It is not about shouting leadership. Onwekwara ife enyerefa ga-ejije arụ ọrụ. Ọ bụrụ ị ga-ekpọta nwa boy ka ọ bịa saa abụọ ga-ebu isi, ị nwekwara ife ọ ga-eji gas abụọ. Ịkpọta nwa boy ọ bụrụ ọbịaba weta ife ọ ga-eji asa abụọ gị bifo ịchọba nwa boy ịhazigo onwe gị. Bifo ịchọta nwa boy ga-agbarụ gị boy ịhazigo onwe gị. One, ị ga-enwe like 2 chop or 1 chop. Edition na business na-aga at least 2 customers ga-abata at the same time. Ọ na ịchọrọ ime expand origin nọ. On to a case at one boy, it's not one boy. In what omen never had one boy, I'm a very chop. After corner after some months, I'm a very chop will be the bambo. I'm a parent, dear chop, ever find a bambo.
And if it are that, we dare not ask question. We dare not ask question. For this kidnapping, many things open. Many things got to open. Many things got to open. So that is the issue here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, sure. I will send link.
Thank you very much. That's the issue.
I will send link.
So that is it. Thank you very much.
Darling.
Thank you. Also, let's not get over
the leadership, including Chike Doziem, or the Comare Formana, Banyere account, ego di nne anya n'aka. You gotta go.
Emotional. We should also calm down as we dish out our points.
Exactly.
Mind you, the Nigerian government has declared IPOB a terrorist organization.
Okay.
So as far as the Nigerian state is concerned, IPOB is an illegitimate organization.
Very correct.
As you listen, also...
Can you please tell me the positive side? Kelena, you always had the negative side of the story. Have you heard from the other side? Tell me what you have heard from the other side. The guy said that they don't ask question. So if you have asked question, can you please tell us the answers in Weteru? Because they do not have the answer. You hear the caller, also that they don't ask question. So if you have asked question, can you please tell us answer in return? Very simple. Or since you say that I have not heard from the other side, if you have heard from the other side, can you come in and tell us what you have heard from the other side? I can put link for you. Just ask for link, I will put link for you. So you come in and tell me what you have heard from the other side that me have not heard. I will, please ask for link so that I can bring link to you. He said that they do not ask question. He said that na account nne anya na manage. No neke Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu brother and nne anya bụ ndị nwere access to the account. So if you Sunday, if you have access to the account, come and tell us. origin, not you now. This Sunday, I would like to hear the other side that I can't know. Do you know it? Please signal can you link
Share. We have a lot to talk about. Are you watching on Facebook? We'll appreciate that you share. Are you on YouTube? Share the link. This program, I'm telling him, calm down. Don't go, don't die with this kind of pain. Are Igbo persons studying the Nigerian question keenly? The Nnamdi Kanu cases. Are Igbo boys, men and women, studying it keenly? How did Igbos get to this point? Hello. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Good evening to you, Edmund.
I greet you. I greet you.
Okay. I hope you can hear me. My name is Chidi, my name. Calling from Biafra land. I hope you can hear me very well, sir.
I can hear you. Make your point.
Okay. My point is this, sir. First of all, I want to say something concerning you yourself. Now you have your time you're supposed to be using to sleep, relax, or do one or two things. You're using it to be online to make sure that everyone is being heard out and sort out one or two things in the family. But believe you me, sir, if Nnamdi Kanu can be treated this way after everything he has done.
Can you form and explain? And if I home and explain, and when I bought it, na Chike Doziem, so na signatory to the account. And if I home and explain, and when I bought the na Chike Doziem, na ke na the account. Ya kan na ajụ gị now, n'ife ahụ emere explain. O mere mgbe ị nụrụ na aka Chike Dozie m dị na akaụntụ.
Let me tell you the gospel truth. The same people right now that surrounded you.
You see, ọ bụrụ na ọ gị nwa na position Chike Dozie m, this thing that happened to Chike Dozie will still happen to you. That is the truth. That is, let's say, na change ya now. Akpọrọ gị tinye na position Chike Dozie m. There is every possibility na ife mere Chike Dozie m ga-eme gị. That is the truth. If you like, argue from now till tomorrow.
Or maybe happy with you, or encouraging you, praising you.
Go and listen to it
again. They will
again.
still do the same thing to you. This is what I want you to put your mind for. Anyone that is criticizing the family of Nnamdi Kanu, both the brother, both the wife, and not the rest, they are free to do so. Because, you know, when you have not lost anyone in your family, if they tell you your father is dead, what you, like if they tell me your father is dead, and someone that the father is still alive will not know how painful things are.
Many of you in a program like this, you cannot go there to defend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The program like a life. I expect some of you to go there and defend Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Just like into answer team we are now. When you hear some program, go there and defend the USB declare. Kanu Kanu, Acharugo will be hosting Kanu Kanu today. If you open a press studio, go there and preach about USB declared. We want to be hearing your voices. Now, some of these platforms, we will hear it and we'll play it here.
I don't know how to control my feelings anymore because I'm crying inside me if I see the way people are talking about him, insulting him, saying a lot of things about him. I'm crying inside me. This man is a man that left his family, wife, his son that they have are chasing one thing. Things. There's
I want to make sure I run down this program.
No matter what, in public, we are supposed to come in private to sort out this. Coming out in public to stuff to say all manner of things. Like, how will the international world see us? How will the people back home see us? Okay, if anybody laid a command now to say like from the
no international world, over there protest can we na onye korobado onye akorobada onye anyegirizi na onye anyegirizi na anako. People have different reasons. Instead of uniting to achieve one thing, everybody keep your differences aside. Unite and achieve one thing. Just gathering that cannot last more than 30 minutes. People are giving different excuses.
US say do this and do that. Do you think everybody?
Nnamdi Kanu's trial. That was the time Kanu said he was going to defend himself. Then most people were happy, and other people had reservation about such idea. But in the end, Kanu found it maybe, I don't know who advised him, and I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what are the technicalities that landed Kanu in sort of conclusion that he will no longer give or tender any kind of defense, right? So for me, I haven't seen any case all over the world where a case that is being tried as a treason, something that the penalty goes to life sentence or something more than that, then the defendant decided to defend himself. Even when the opportunity was availed, he later decided not to go into defense at all. Okay, based on that, this is my question. You made something very clear, but most people, I don't know how many people picked that particular part. You said in 2013, this law was repealed. And what I understood is that Kanu's trial already started before this whatever law was repealed. Is that true?
The point the judge made that before Nnamdi Kanu's trial, there was already a law, the 2013 Terrorism Act, and on the basis of that law, he was trying Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay, what you are saying right now is that Kanu's trial already initiated in 2013 before the law was later repealed. After already Nnamdi Kanu's case was already started, right?
Look, he said the judge dismissed the argument that the trial was based on a repealed statute, stating that the Terrorism Prevention Amendment Act of 2013 was in force when the offenses were committed. It was not repealed.
So please, can you make it a bit clearer? The law was repealed.
It wasn't repealed. The lawyers of Nnamdi Kanu were arguing that the trial was based on a repealed statute, stating that the Terrorism Prevention Act of 2013 was already in force. The judge was saying no, that law was already enforced in 2013 and Kanu's trial started in 2015.
Okay, this is very important question I'm asking is to someone to make it clear, because we all believe, most of us in Igbo land believe that Nnamdi Kanu was tried on a repealed law. So if that is true, can you make it clearer to all of us? Because when people
now listen, get one side there. Not from different corners. Gent.
Start saying, show me the law, show me the law. If that slogan was to be taken up, will not be tried on a repealed law. So my question is this, because I'm not a lawyer, I don't understand this very well. So just make it clear for everyone. If there is no law which Nnamdi Kanu was indicted of, I don't know. Please make it clear for me. That's my question. That's all. I'm not here to talk about Nnamdi Kanu because it's unreasonable to start blaming someone when he cannot defend himself. Most people who are blaming.
Okay, you want me to fight Sheikh Edoziam? You want me to fight Sheikh Edoziam for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? I should fight Sheikh Edoziam for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Am I an IPOB member? Ihe onye a na-ekwu now, the man nọrọ onwe ya very plain. So if we see okwu ya into all the plan, or bro, you are supporting Sheikh Edoziam.
Him today, we are unable to ask simple question when he was outside. Not when now he is incapacitated. Everybody now comes to remember that it is this and that. It is not my problem what it is. But if he's outside to defend himself, I can tell him, I can ask him, he will answer. But if he was outside, you were unable to ask questions. You were unable to indict him on anything. Now he is incapacitated, not able to defend himself.
Even now, I read something, I think some days ago, posted by Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, a lawyer Jimako. He said that there are Mazen Nnamdi Kanu legati that now that they have the right to defend him both in the court and in the public. That is to say, even in the social media. So program like this, they can equally call in to enlighten people the more because they are already on the media speaking.
Now you remember that he's not a good person. I'm not here to decide who is good or who is not. I'm not here to say who is if Nnamdi Kanu is guilty or not guilty. What I'm saying is that those of his followers who are today remembering that Nnamdi Kanu did this and did that, and he was with them, they could not ask those questions. Then I can't see what to talk about Nnamdi Kanu. I'm just worried about this particular law.
Don't worry, I am going to discuss with a lawyer. I will discuss with a lawyer. A lawyer will break it down. I'm not a lawyer too, but I will discuss with a lawyer and we'll break down that judgment.
Thank you very much. This is very understandable. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Since his abduction, everyone can testify the destruction Simon Ekpan has caused in Biafra land.
Na Simon Ekpan caused destruction. And then they support Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. What do you have to say about that? They do not have platform. You cannot ask them questions. But you will come here and be telling me, why are you supporting this one instead of doing it this way? Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, Otago public, that he is working or he is supporting Simon Ekpan. Otago public, before. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, all man Simon Ekpan, when he fought in place, but US will declare or they are away. Open other away, other away. Open other way, lawyer other way. If I have Google, you know, I be a question. Call it like that. I'm on my center. Ibru Hane much on side the Mazen Nnamdi Kanu as IPOB member. I will stop you on your track. I am not IPOB member. You know here now we're gonna Mazen Ekpan Joko cause the destruction. And they will not say anything. Because it is Mazi Ebanjoku Kabarafa. Akpora ana Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Ichalia.
How this DOS fought so hard in exposing them and distancing IPOB from those people, those government agents. They sit at home. Everyone can attest how it was hijacked. These current DOS have tried to endure a lot of things.
Okay.
Because they took bullets. 28 men died in his father's compound in Afaruku.
Okay.
That was how we reverend him. But his abduction.
Hey! How do you know this person is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu supporter? You don't know that anybody over anybody over Nagwarage, only over here no na Mazi Ebanjoku cause destruction. That alone is enough. Everybody who the person is. The person is even still talking. And the person is in support of the current DOS that was Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sacked. Are you telling me that this DOS or sacked that they are not supporting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Can you just listen to yourself? Those guys that fought Mazi, Chike Doziem, you are calling his name, fought Mazi Ebanjoku for the sake of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why now we're on your Jurofa stop? Oh, stop. Why na Mazi Nnamdi Kanu also ask you for stop? That time they were fighting Mazi Simon Ekpa. Why na Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is Rosie? Go for stop. Into this lawyers is a way issue memo. That is why I cannot trust. I cannot take all of you IPOB member serious. No matter how you shout under USB declared. Now one eye I will take the look you people will still run away tomorrow. Because one of you says you the guy just said it. All DOS member. DOS supporter.
From Kenya exposed a whole lot of things.
Black and no,
we will never imagined. Like Mohammed, his press release is there. When he talked about his lifestyle, there are some expectation that we have of him, which is the reason why we reverence him the way we do.
Onya Mazi Nnamdi Kanu supporter Sunday. So Obro like ya my sinaja or his supporter. But now he is against him. Even these people that he appointed now, tomorrow they will be against him. That is normal. Oh, can do it.
So this current DOS is doing what they are expected, because if they don't do this, if they don't resist every attempt to destroy this IPOB, every attempt to destroy them, even if him, Mazi,
if you claim to be a freedom fighter or a lover of freedom, you got support already. Biafra that we release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You got support already any effort legally, genuinely that we release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You got support already any effort genuinely, legally that we release Mazi Ebanjoku if you are a freedom fighter. If you fail it, or you think because they are now behind bars, Kineko, wait, that before them may be your portion tomorrow. So if you are a freedom fighter or lover of freedom, madna ba na no ni me maka this freedom. If obo na ga eme kafapota, I kwesịrị focus na-eme ya maka ịrapụ anya. No matter how you can run, but you cannot hide. One day, okay, maybe.
Nnamdi Kanu comes out, he will still blame them. he will say because he has entrusted IPOB in them. That is why he said anybody Matachike doesn't say is sacked, is sacked. That is why he said that IPOB is not his family business. That is why he said that when he stopped living up to expectation, that IPOB will move on.
Thank you.
He said when he stopped living up to expectation, IPOB will move on. Are you ready to move on? And how will you know that he is no longer living up to expectation?
Knows that the men he entrusts.
Let me also raise some points to keep the debate going on. I want to raise some points. So this brings us to the crux of the matter. The Edosium faction, in suspending Kanu, cited an intelligence report about a meeting between Kanu and officials of the Department of State Services at Sokoto Prison. They argued that Kanu's communications were being monitored and that his unguarded utterances led to the arrest and deaths of members. They even suggested a plan to establish a new militia organization to instigate violence. From a strategic standpoint, is this a masterclass in sowing disaffection? The Nigerian state haven't failed to silence Kanu through legal means. Now watches as the movement he built tears itself apart. By leaving Kanu accessible, yet perpetually monitored, the state creates a paradox. What do you think? Kanu is a martyr, but his words can be used against his followers. Is that what you think? Consider these implications. The rendition as president. The Kenya court ruling that Kanu's arrest was unlawful is a fundamental challenge to the legitimacy of his entire trial. His defense team has argued that it was a calculated effort to force a conviction to survive the absence of law. The state's cross appeal, IPOB argues, is an admission that the trial court lacked jurisdiction. This is the legal warfare where the state, having broken its own rules, now dares the movement to prove it. Let's look at intelligence and paranoia. The Directorate of State's statement alleging a meeting between Kanu and SS officials is a powerful destabilizing tool.
If I on a go and the DOS go Hagabamba mayor the public with evidence so I enough. They are alleged now when meeting between Nnamdi Kanu and the DSS. And according with if I have many of them, this is their mindset. Secure IPOB for Nnamdi Kanu to come out and continue agitation. That is just what they are doing. Instead of fighting for freedom. These same people here, they are in charge of everything. Yet the Somandeba is not seeing it that way. enwere ike prezidenti ere gị onye abụ leader ịma na onye a jos nọrọ dị ya na-aza leader na ndị na-eteki decision bụ ndị nọ n'azụ.
It doesn't matter if it is true. The accusation itself injects poison into IPOB's bloodline.
Exactly.
What do you think?
You are correct.
Does it not create a narrative of a leader who is either compromised or, at best, dangerously naive while the state watches?
That is what
waits?
they are trying to do. Or say. That is what,
so what is the ultimate goal?
That is what they are trying to say.
This is the end point of the state's strategy. Remember,
Kanu nta Kanu jụọ ya maka IPOB registered document onye ọ dị n'aka bụ Kanu nta Kanu. Then the question ji abụ ka ife o ji wee dị Kanu nta Kanu n'aka ọkwafa nwere leadership echekwa mmụọ leader ka o kwesịrị ịdị n'aka, but I don't know the reason o ji wee dị Kanu nta Kanu n'aka. So you have to ask him question.
The state is always strategic. The state has the instrument to infiltrate. That is why the state is powerful. Come, let's think. By allowing Kanu's legal and personal fate to create a quarrel, has the Nigerian state succeeded in destroying IPOB? Can the state simply let IPOB destroy itself while the state sits back, observes, and occasionally feeds the flames with a leaked report or a legal gambit? IPOB's crisis is now a crisis of faith. And in that vacuum, the Nigerian state whispers becomes louder than the leader's voice from prison. So far, we have traced Nnamdi Kanu's legal odyssey and the internal rupture it has created. But that rupture didn't happen in a vacuum. It was catalyzed, and it continues to be feared by a legal and political weapon. The state's former designation of IPOB as a terrorist organization has implications. To understand IPOB's current crisis, we have to understand how this designation came about and how the Nigerian state has used it as a strategic tool of disintegration. The former process began in September 2017. A year the Nigerian military had already declared IPOB a violent terrorist organization, creating political momentum for legal action. On September 20th, 2017, Justice Abdul Kafarati of the Federal High Court in Abuja granted an ex parte application filed by the then Attorney General Abubakar Malami. Critically, this was an ex parte order, meaning that it was granted without IPOB being notified or given a chance to defend itself.
Many of them have a
The court declared IPOB's activities as acts of terrorism and illegality and proscribed its existence and directed the government to publish the order in the official gazette and 2 national newspapers. IPOB immediately challenged this, arguing that it violated their constitutional right to fair hearing. In January 2025, the Court of Appeal affirmed the proscription of IPOB, ruling that the government has acted lawfully and that IPOB activities pose a threat to Nigeria's continued existence. In November 2025, Justice James Omotosho went a step further, not just affirming the group's proscription, but also convicting Nnamdi Kanu and declaring him an international terrorist, specifically citing his threats to attack the British High Commission and the United States Embassy. This legal firework
and nobody will ask him, "Nah, this thing you are reading, are you not one-sided?" They know they will not ask that question. But let anybody caller say something now, and I say something, they will tell me that I am one-sided. They will not go and challenge this man. No, this thing you are reading out is not true. So that they can present the one that is true. No matter how you look at it, if all go, if a man, this man is running propaganda against Nnamdi Kanu, against Nigeria government. IPOB declared a terrorist organization. And if any now kafanwe power or where to oppress, suppress.
It's a label. It is a weapon. The Nigerian state's deployment of the terrorist designation has strategic implications for IPOB's internal cohesion. By legally branding the entire organization and its leader as terrorist, the Nigerian state delegitimizes the very idea of Biafra.
Unless we just rejoin there. Unless we just rejoin there. He just rejoined there before. That means you are not following. He just rejoined there. Yeah?
Biafran self-determination. It transforms a political grievance into a criminal enterprise. This puts immense pressure on members and supporters, forcing them to choose between their political beliefs and the risk of prosecution. This pressure is precisely what creates the environment for internal fractures. Now that the state has been careful.
If you have been here since now, if now, he made it very clear. Nnamdi Kanu IPOB leader, that he is the founder. The other DOS people said that they have sacked him. He made it very clear here. Can a group of people, oh my gosh, a group of people sack the founder of a group? So, Okwonieba, now Nnamdi Kanu, the founder of IPOB. I'm not going to each of those who were or less money pay attention. Elevated energy now
to apply this designation selectively. I want you to take note of that. The Nigerian state has been careful to apply this terrorist designation selectively. I want to dive into a conspiracy theory. You can help me break it down, but I will dive into it. And Edosiem's name is prominent in this analysis. For instance, In a significant ruling in February 2025, a federal high court cleared IPOB's head of Directorate of State, Chika Edoziem, the very figure leading the faction that suspended Kanu of terrorism charges. The court ruled that Edoziem's designation as a wanted person and terrorist was unconstitutional.
This case now, I stand to be corrected. I think na lawyer Gro case Edoziem at the cover a Geoffo. Or the cover a Geoffo. I stand to be corrected.
Now, let's turn to a critical piece of this puzzle. Remember, conspiracy theory. You also help me break it down. But let me take you into the theory.
Thank you.
Edoziem's legal victory may have inadvertently deepened the division within IPOB that we are now seeing. We are talking about the acquittal of Chika Edoziem, the head of the Directorate of State, who was cleared of terrorism charges by a federal high court in Owerri in February 2025.
Okay, Ibrahim ki Wazrim. Okay, Ibrahim. Okay, more Ibrahim. There is no problem.
The case is suit number FHC-OW/FHR/29/2024 with Edoziem as the applicant against the Minister of Defense and the Chief of Defense Staff as respondents. The judgment was delivered by Justice I.N. Owebo, who heard the matter in Owerri, Imo State. This is how it started. On the 22nd of March, 2024, the Ministry of Defense published its first edition of 2024, a security threat notice listing Edoziem as a wanted person, terrorist, insurgent, kidnapper, and a violent criminal, and they added his picture to that publication. So what did Edoziem do? He immediately challenged this declaration, arguing that he was never given any invitation or accused of any offense before the publication, making the entire process a violation of his constitutional rights. So he filed a fundamental rights enforcement suit to challenge his unlawful designation. And the justice delivered a decisive verdict. The court declared the inclusion of Edoziem's name in the security threat publication illegal and unconstitutional. The ruling affirmed that the publication was a gross violation of his constitutionally guaranteed right to dignity of the human person.
You are very correct. You are very correct. Manafanchani in na cha to supreme leader, supreme commander. A declare ya terrorist and the wanted. Organa court challenge ya and win victory. Can I go put supreme leader?
The the court ordered the Minister of Defense and Chief of Defense Staff to immediately retract the declaration of Edoziem as a terrorist, insurgent, kidnapper, violent criminal, and wanted person. The government was directed to issue an unreserved apology to Edoziem in 2 national newspapers. The court awarded 5 million naira in damages to Edoziem for the infringement of his fundamental rights. So let's give context to this.
It make sense to anybody. But now, if you remember, it will make sense to some people now.
Judgment. Let's unravel it a bit. You help me break it down. I am just a political analyst. I am just a political scientist. I feed on issues.
That time on for the again economy. Okay, with this victory or when you ask him, what does that tell you? Tell me what. This victory, we know all victory for Jofo and IPOB members. Hanchani nation on is barrister Jofo na. Uno they celebrate yoga as members of IPOB. I cannot trust any member of IPOB. That is the truth.
Now, significantly, Edoziem was the only individual among the many names listed in that defense headquarters publication who successfully challenged his designation in court. This isolation is crucial for understanding the subsequent political dynamics. IPOB's lead counsel, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, hailed the ruling as historic and landmark, framing it as a strong statement against unjust profiling and emphasizing the importance of due process in security matters. Now let's connect this to our central analysis. I'm just thinking. The Nigerian state strategy of selectively applying the terrorist designation seems to have found a legal loophole. Edoziem, as the head of the Directorate of State, has been judicially cleared of the terrorist label, yet he is a member of a terrorist organization. This means that a key figure leading the faction that suspended Nnamdi Kanu is now legally clean in the eyes of the Nigerian judiciary, while Kanu himself was sentenced to life imprisonment and declared an international terrorist. This creates a devastating asymmetry. What do you think? Am I playing the devil's advocate here? Edoziem is the reasonable, legally vindicated leader who can now claim legitimacy. Is that a conspiracy theory? Kanu remains the convicted terrorist, accessible only through monitored prison communications. Is this the Nigerian state trap in action?
You see this program, what very important. I will bring it again from side of Methuselah. from the side of Methuselah. Can get with it again. But let this one finish first.
By allowing one faction to be legally cleansed while the other is criminalized, is the Nigerian state feeling the internal rupture? Edozem's legal victory validates his faction's argument that the movement must distance itself from Kanu's militant rhetoric.
Exactly.
Is that true?
Or if one go see before Moshineka Abiasana Mos.
Remember, the state doesn't have to destroy IPOB. It can simply let the cleared faction and the criminalized faction tear each other apart, while the courts and security agencies stand by as observers, ready to intervene on behalf of the acceptable leadership when the dust settles. So which is the acceptable leadership? Peter Obi has said, if I become president, I will release Nnamdi Kanu. Will Peter Obi be president? Meanwhile, following the 2017 order, the government moved to appoint an administrator to seize IPOB assets in Nigeria and abroad. This is a financial and strategic blow, crippling the movement's infrastructure and its ability to project power and maintain its following. IPOB's legal team, in their defense, has explicitly argued that the government has never presented evidence of violence, no arms, no bank transfers, no bomb factories, to justify the label, suggesting that the entire designation is a political tool for ethnic suppression. Do you agree? The Nigerian state strategy is subtle but devastating. Do you think so? By legally criminalizing the movement's leader, offering a legal off-ramp to one leader, and crippling the movement's finances, the Nigerian state has not had to destroy IPOB directly. Instead, it has created a landscape where a devastating internal conflict is the most logical outcome. Are you thinking in this direction? The Edozem faction's suspension of Kanu, citing security concerns and fears of violence, fits perfectly into this state-created trap. Do you agree?
If Onya and Echo in order, or if I have been play out, if you listen to Keke Oda, or call, you were folk join here with if I work and I go to now. Okay, makes sense to you.
Whether intentionally or not, are both factions playing the role that the Nigerian state has designed for them? The movement is left to implode under the weight of its own contradictions, with the state's legal architecture looming over every step of its disintegration.
If I was in Gajon Morgan now, if I available or so now the reason why can just get here Joanna or got the call one the gauge the aka well power sap and sheba because if a Jackie many If an now, if not well managed, okay, these things you see playing out. These things you see playing out, if not well managed, you will see IPOB members fighting USB leaders. If not well managed, you got from there now support Nnamdi Kanu fighting ndị kwechiri na USB declared of Dr. Ngozi Oraveze. If not well managed, ị ga-afụ ndị USB declared of Dr. Ngozi Oraveze fighting Maazị Ebanjoko. O nwere question m chọburu ịjụ, but m jụọ that question. O nwere ntụ ọ ga-esi ga-esi it. Ife na-eme now need ka manage ya very well. This thing you see happening need ka manage ya very well. If not well managed, ntụ aka ọ ga-esi na-eme onye ọbụla. Mana n'ime ife niile a, ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ nnwere onwe ọ na-ekweri nnwere onwe, gbaa mbọ site na nnwere onwe ka your leaders na-ekwu nnwere onwe pụta. All very important.
I'll leave this theory at this point. I will open the lines now.
You have done well.
After that, I will conclude. So you can call the number 080 Good evening.
Thank you so much for this very wonderful program. My name is Wanda Juvista Chichi. Mazi, I'm grateful the way you are just playing the devil's advocate because you asked that question. That is exactly what you're doing, and that is a good quality, one of the good qualities of a good journalist. A good journalist will always play the devil's advocate. Mazi, let me start by saying that justice suffers when incompetence hides behind titles and wigs. When legal ignorance
Hello.
Why did I start this way? You raised the issue or question. Why was Mazi Chika Edoziem cleared of terrorism or illegality? And why is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sentenced? Mazi, that was why I started the way I just did. If Mazi Chika Edoziem has used a bad lawyer, he would have gone the same way Mazi Nnamdi Kanu went. But because he decided to use a knowledgeable lawyer, a practicing lawyer, a legal literate lawyer, who understands his left from his right. Mazi, do you know, you said that Nigerian government declares IPOB a terrorist group. Do you know why? It was caused by a legal illiterate. I know that legal illiterate is so dangerous to justice. A legal illiterate can deliver his clients into conviction. I remember very well that when Barrister Aloy Ejimako wanted to challenge that case while it was in court, Barrister Ifeanyi Ejimako, the legal luminary, advised Nnamdi Kanu that case should allow to be, since his own case is being there already. There is no need to challenge that case. Let it remain there so that we know that IPOB is not proscribed. That is why before now, whenever Nigerian news media we mention IPOB as a proscribed group, we will retaliate. Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor will retaliate, and we force that media to realize that IPOB is not a proscribed group. And we've not forgotten that it was the same Aloy Ejimako who sometimes thought that he went to Enugu to clear that proscription case, that IPOB was no longer proscribed, that it was cleared in Enugu.
I don't think, because I think I remember hearing from the Ejimako, now the case got in court. Na court for that case. I don't think
then it was this same Aloy who went to challenge that case again, and Nigeria government proscribed IPOB. And today, the Nigerian news media can freely say whatever they choose to say. Mazi, that is on the one side.
You have to round off. You have to round off.
How am I going to do right now? Okay. Let me come with this because I can't go off without saying this since you asked me to round up. Mazi, I would have wanted to connect the dots before coming to that, but let me quickly hit the nail on the head. Mazi, there is a shocking revelation post that Benjamin Madubugu made today. In that post, he claimed, because he's using a secret account known as Chi Umibo, he made that post claiming that, let me read it here, after that post, please permit me. The first sentence, he said, how many of you have noticed now that men on ground, volunteers, are now united as one? Biafra Liberation Army and now united in the umbrella of ES10 as it is before. My God. And he said, China Sanworu destroyed Alibo by it. I don't want to go into that. Now, Mazi, do you know that this has made me to now discover the major problem between Nnamdi Kanu and China Sanworu? This is the unforgiving sin that China Sanworu committed against Nnamdi Kanu when he said that he has compromised, that he didn't do what he asked him to do. Until date, Nnamdi Kanu refused to tell us the sin of China Sanworu. Now, through this post, Benjamin exposed that it was because China Sanworu refused joining the ESN with Biafra Liberation.
Kwe for plan, kwe for ihe na-eme now. A plan na ife ọfụma. If you for lemon now, a plan of man. And into his way plan why now. On your gonna gauge why on not dying at the trap. Quick refer. A plan on a fan of man. On some statement. On okunja chiku that I hold back. Man, if I'm one a good able. Over name, able a leader. Na-ekwu okwu nwere onwe gbaa mbọ ka other leaders pụta because ọgụ a if not well managed ọ ga-ekodo onye ọbụla ntu anyị bụkwana onye a na-achị achị gbaa mbọ ka ị chee echiche chemie ya ọfụma ka ị ghara ịdị na-fight onwe gị thinking you are fighting for your leader. If I for them now, a plan of man and over Hana again fully very, very well, it will affect on your from leaders to their supporters. Their supporters mean now in the front label and comment section because Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, yes, Mazin Nnamdi Kanu will support us. So now, don't just think it is happening to Mazin Nnamdi Kanu now. Some of these plans and into a by any now Mazin Nnamdi Kanu in the good year for Mukema here. If an member we affect USB declared. If an member we affect Mazep and Joko. I'm not telling you to believe it, you. Jacoji wedding na manage the of Manachuku Mera ya Marabona and a woke appeal Mazep and Joko. Mazep and Joko no way no his appeal fell the next year no gapta. Manange wanda na chiachi uche gị ga-adị a na-ekwu okwu protest ga-enye aka somehow oke na ọrụ gị bụ ịgbakọ ife a now ị mara ebe ị ga-esi ga-enye aka ọ dị very very important.
Mazi, who didn't know how these people destroyed Anibo, the destruction that they brought upon us? That if not that
all the blame now about destruction of Alibo. Fadi ekwuzi okwu ife federal government mere. Fadi ekwutezi how into federal government si egbufa. Mgbe fasi, oh, look at us here. They are killing us here. We are peaceful protesters. Fadi ekwuzi. If I had a destruction of our labor, not by the federal government again. And I'm going on the buy. I'm not going to get careful. The
DOS and IPOB stood their ground. Maz, even by now, each and every one of us, irrespective of any country you are, you would have been picked. It's either you are picked by Nigerian DSS or you are picked by FBI. By now, many people would have been returned to Nigeria.
All right.
Because of the act of Nnamdi Kanu and Benjamin Madrug. Mazi, I wish I have enough time to talk, to connect these dots, for we to see that
if our DOS members, they are calling into programs. It is now time you stand up. When you see some of these programs, go there and go and challenge them. And I have go now. They declare a Chike Doziem wanted as terrorists. that he went to court and challenged it with a victory. You need to be going to some of these platforms to be challenging some kind of thing. Ọ bụrụ na ife Chike Doziem ji wee nweta victory bụ na federal gọọmenti na onwe ha n'anya sụọ based on na ya nwa nwedịrị obi challenge the case. O nwere ike ọ bụ na fa mere ife a ka mara ma ga-eji achụtee ya aka kodokwu ya, then he summoned courage and challenge it nwee victory. O nwere ike omentu a nwekwa ike ọ bụrụzie na o nwere another thing etinyere ya n'azụ.
Nnamdi Kanu is an irresponsible leader,
Okay.
who is not fit to lead IPO, because a good leader never causes chaos. A good leader is never a traitor. A good leader is never a confucianist.
Thank you.
Let me hang it here. I wish you can grab.
Onye abụkwa former member of onye member of maybe onye supporter of Maazị Nnamdi Kanu and ọ na-support this current DOS asakịrị na ọka nwere ife ụnụ nụrụ mana ife na-eme na ahụ mee ka ya chọọ ịmara mbọ ọbụla ị ga-agba ka your leader eji pụta gbaa ya, because ọ bụ na fa pụtara your safety is not guaranteed. That is the honest truth. Mbọ ọbụla ị ga-agba ka your leader eji pụta gbaa ya, ọ bụ na ife lụọ ya, your safety is not guaranteed.
Argument, but I want to chip my 2 cents to himself divinity in a means to evade accountability. And
Program
we
I
can
will
say the same
open the link so
about Nnamdi Kanu. Nicholas, I keep saying Nicholas Maduro, sorry. Hugo Chavez, wanting to evade accountability and importing family into what people have died for. The case of Biafra did not start in. Also talked about you try to play the devil's advocate. You talked about the clear.
ọ ya ka m ji wee sị gị na o nwere ike ọ bụ na victory ya bụ maka na federal gọọmenti mere ife mere, thinking na out of fear na o nwere ike na ọ ma nga na court, but ọ gaa na court win over. That is 1. 2, o nwere ike ọ bụrụ na this thing ifuru idere now about handing ESN over to Southeast governors nwere ike ọ bụrụkwa ife o ji wee nweta the victory. O nwere ike ka anyị na-ekwu.
Parents of Chike Doziem. And I like what Nwada Chichi said.
Ihe a na ndị na-akpọ ebe a kemgbe, the people na-akpọ na this program na-abụ ndị dị in support of this sacked, according to report pụtara na this sacked IPOB DOS members on the abụ ndị na-akpọ na this platform, at least for ha nwakagodi na number.
The difference is in the, of course, so a government master stroke to divide. Something that give him that right.
I'm trying to put you on. I'm coming. I've picked a code already.
They saw genuity in him, and the young people who has same burning desire for freedom followed him, and people laid down their lives.
This sounds like Patrick Ikema again.
For him, not just for the Biafra cause, to protect his own life. So that Maazị Nnamdi Kanu is alive today is because there are young
This sounds like Patrick Ikema again.
people who put their own lives on the line for him to be alive. When Python's dance happened in his father's compound, young men stood guard And there is no better love that a man can give than laying down his life. So anybody who is coming here to gaslight our people for standing their ground in protecting the movement and protecting IPOB against infiltration by suspending the office of Nnamdi Kanu as a result of the ill activities coming out of the office is not being sincere to themselves. You know, at some point, some of us have also been emotional. Some of us have also been. We all understood the risk that is at protect our struggle. So, Mazo Kenu Okechukwu.
Okay, for ya. Onye nke batara na abụ Maazị Okenna Okechukwu. Na-ege ntị.
The General, I'm calling from Germany. This is a wonderful program, and I want to thank you very much for a day like this. And it's very, very important I add my voice and speak to the people
Let's
of
go
Biafra.
front. Because we might be
The reason why we are up to court. Much.
Thank you. In Yakubu Gowon. Internet transmission. Let me conclude this for the cause. As Max Weber observed, charismatic authority is revolutionary precisely because it rejects tradition and rationality. Take note, it rejects tradition and rationality. It is personal, unpredictable, and absolute. Because some of the callers have made that point, that leadership has been personalized. When charisma is not checked, it moves in that direction. On the other side stands Chika Edoziem and the Directorate of State. They are the institutionalists, the pragmatists, the believers in structure over personality. So they argue that the movement must be governed by rules, not by the whims of a single individual, especially one who is inaccessible and whose communications are monitored by the state. That is what is called the logic of routinization.
Now that brings the question. How about not the other side? How far? Most people calling in the program are prosecutors of Nnamdi Kanu and the haters of Simon Ekpa. So how about the lovers of Nnamdi Kanu? The program ends with prosecutors of Nnamdi Kanu and the haters of Ekpa. So as a Kapoba result now, based on the man attending and this his program, as a known at the result of by attendance. Can they win on it? You know the truth will set you free. You need to speak the truth. You need to say it out so that people can hear you. It is now time you take the good work of USB declared, not just on Kelena TV, but in a platforms like this. How it is done. The man rapidly open so that people can call in. But some people choose to listen. Now let them do their thing. It is now time you take the message to them. Take the good work of USB declared to them. Pretend as if they never hear it before. Preach it to them to convince them. Let the world hear you. Fana pretending na father amma berona na ID na ID no. Take the message to them. Not just here. So the reason why I do bring some of these things about then you take the message. You must preach this gospel to everybody. Ya ka nna agwa gị ndị na-abịa ebe a na-abụ ndị believer ni. Man, you cannot compare my platform with this man's platform. I don't think, if you ask me now, I will tell you that government don't listen to somebody like this man now that speaks English. All try listening to him. If you watch this program now is almost 13,000 views only on Facebook. So his platform is larger than my own. That the gangsters choose it now, because before father upon us na programs like this. So from on one hand, and I feel that now the people need to hear their voice, because before they don't used to call into programs like this. So they are now going extra mile. So borrowing this their method now is only allowed. Before they don't call a program like this, because they think that they are the leadership, everything is fine, it stands and end with them. But now they are going extra mile. So if we apply the same measure, I think no, they work it.
Earlier, the attempt to transform a court of personality into durable political organization. Should I say that this is the tragedy? That neither side can fully succeed without destroying the movement. The charismatic, by insisting on Kanu's absolute authority, keeps the movement frozen in time, unable to adapt, vulnerable to the state's manipulation of its imprisoned leader. The institutional faction, led by Doziem, by attempting to depersonalize the movement, also risk alienating the very base that was drawn. Therefore, IPOB is caught between stagnation and self-destruction.
At the end of it, Nweronwe will come. Like a USB declare the government and their ground. Doing that, they are doing, which is good. Because in a believe on all these Chineke people need fanaka. If you claim need Chineke naka, forget sorry. Tomorrow they will abandon you and run away. That idea for an nor continue hold way very strong. Chineke can disappoint.
The Nigerian state, meanwhile, has orchestrated this rupture with surgical precision. I have made that point before. So what are the lessons that IPOB can learn from what is going on? Let me point to some instances. IPOB can survive or it can destroy itself. History affirms grim precedents. Consider the fate of other charismatic secessionist movements around the world. I'll give you two instances or two examples. One is the Biafran Republic that existed from 1967 to 1970. That was the original Biafra movement. And that movement stamped itself with the Ayara Declaration, though the declaration came later in the war. And that original Biafran movement was led by Odumegwu Ojukwu. It collapsed, not through internal division really, but through military defeat. The federal forces delivered the final blow, and there was never a chance to test.
All right, I'm going to open studio. Also, Kelena, I believe USB declared has superseded all this IPOB DOS jargon they are saying here. It is you and I that made up USB. It got standing with the test of time. Because many of you see somewhere where written a USB declared as a member and the oath member. That is why I said Nnamdi is my first frame leader, because I'm not a member. Neither am I under oath. So this USB for a giri here now. Make your choice stand strong. They say no. Our frame leader is saying if edition. Problem I don't much. The only thing that make a problem the much about the action in the eye for Nnamdi Kanu point taken. Or you be forgive the problem. If you get with the problem, but the problem but I was here I got this question I enjoy. And the question bo Guinea Mero no money natural align with USB declared. So the actions of these people now will now make those questions very valid. Then I try to the answer. And they try to the answer. Ogadism bar no nya na ebere onwe anyị fear. Bụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. And mgbe chọpụtara na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu dịka ọ na-emere onwe ya fear, dore no. Iwe nebezi anya DOS ya na-agba gị that they want to institutionalize it. At the end of the day, if not well managed, so your support is very, very important to USB declared. Reality, not hearsay. Nke a na-afụ anya a na-enye ID n'ọrụ. So, okay, let me see this before I open the question should be, what were they doing during the time he was in detention, when he was not accessible? Oh, I'm going if it has happened. Born around, Kedife Borofa. If I was I didn't see any, okay, Maazị Nnamdi Kanu around. Okay, if everybody already this DOS. Maka ọ bụrụ na anyị ma ọrụ fa ọ kara agba afta ka eji anyị gara na-ajụ why na fa continue ọrụ fa na-arụ oge ọ na ya. And this man said something. Organization a build around one person only. The man ever na-ajụ ewepụ the person. Can the organization succeed without the person? So we have a question in Gaza. But to me, I know that IPOB is built around Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Without Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, there is no IPOB. And many of you were disbelief that no IPOB, no Biafra. That is what many of you oath members believe. But Kelena TV, I don't believe in that. I believe in Biafra. And currently, USB declared an ID. So the earlier you begin to accept some of these truths, better for you. So that is that. I'm going to open studio. Please, when you come in, make your point brief. 2 minutes, the one okay. You gotta go. So that I can round up. And I may bring this program from the end of Methuselah. Okay, you gotta put something. So that some of these things I ain't gonna take for reason. And I want to support USB declared. Okay, for reason. Because oge anyị na-agwa gị na nwere onwe adịghịzi ndị a n'aka, some of you fụtara ya as hatred to Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. It is not, but it is the truth. It is not hatred. It is the truth. But I am going to say, in the coming months, you will thank God for this declaration. No matter. And the Kene notification. We are notifying the world. Yes, any dream which the government may have. They should know. Then we need because the world have invested heavily, very heavily. They have invested heavily. So here is the link. Come in and make your comment. Please be brief. Be brief. Be brief. Right. All right, Madam Origin. Amaka Mele, grab the mic.
Mazi Kelena TV, ndewo ihe ọma mere gị, ihe ọma mere ụmụ Biafra niile, ndị ihe ọma dị mma. God bless everybody. We are here for the long run. This is a marathon. I need you like glove for this fight. Thank you so much. Oh. Yeah, let me go. And all protocols observed. I greet everybody wherever you are according to your time zone. I will start this way. You know, there are two things that give me peace. Number one is the woman God handed this mandate to protect. Thank God for her. The long story of the referendum, the redeclaration, and the government is a story well. Akonye Wetere, do you want to go ahead because you're in Bongo?
Okay, maybe let him.
I wish to.
Yes, please do, because I know your system is a lot different.
Madam Origin, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. People was there. Mazi Kelena ndewo.
Hello.
If a program I mere Mazi Kelena. Here be here kogore kulafo. Every genuine person. Be hot or hungry when any other thing no may attach. Exactly your analysis this afternoon. Exactly your analysis this afternoon. I will say it. Because one young lad told you. You know, be one day discuss or yeah. I called him personally. I told him that no problem with a woman. And this, we can consciously report. Now, in here for 9 out of he lose. You can lose that thing.
Sure.
Jesus Christ used here as example. And this is what that will destroy them. Onye chọrọ ịkụ isi la wọl ya kụọ. If this trajectory is not the color a thread on now, or continue ya was the mma. March today's date. When we do say back, you define onwere for yourself. Many factors contribute to it. But my happiness with the truth. In these in the former two platforms, I believe Ojugo and Amojugo will confirm. They Greg Mundin can not Bama and follow to this place. I know why we said it. Why we are supporting USB? It's not because of anybody. Even as Simon now, we say, okay, this is the projector, a progenitor, the person who money. But the man is not in person with us. And this USB is the truth. If nothing makes it the truth, what of the collective effort of our people, the money they collected from our people, with the hopes that we are going to this place, so date, from so period to so period. This and this is what we are going to do. At the end, we will declare this, we will generate the document that will aid us, help us in legally fighting for this. And this young woman is a butua, a traitor, a betrayer, upheld the effort of our people. Data. At the heat of these things, before I simulated myself to only your platform without apology, I burned 3,000 naira data every day, La Bongo, to listen to all this bunch of idiots, and that Orama, remaining Jews, chief survivor, every blessed day. That 3,000 naira data, data cheat, whereby 200 naira per 1 gig. So calculate how many gig all are. But if I should do the one of maybe 1 month or 1 week, I won't even participate in most of all their programs. People know me. We defended these guys, just as people defended Nnamdi Kanu. And you come and tell me that Onyendu is wise, is this, he knows everything. Then they were pushing that now he disassociated himself with Simon Ekpa. And today, inaugurating these people, charlatans, I don't care. Without making any mention of the effort of Simon Ekpa. And you are telling me that now the man he distanced from Simon Ekpa. But he distanced himself to his peril. Didn't get broken. Oh, yeah, Mechanara amnesty la. Oh, yeah, la, the corner worse than Asari. They came and blamed Wazirike why he's building house. Everybody should watch. Everybody should watch. That is where they are heading to. But all I know in this 21st century, as I said, that I've defined the struggle for myself. I monetize it as a currency, looking for people that are selling that commodity that I want to buy, which is Simon Ekpa then passed on to Dr. Abeze today. That is why I do come to buy from them. I admonish every other person to freedom. Define the freedom you want for yourself. Look for the people that are selling the commodity of that freedom. Go and buy from them. And when you buy from them, give them star as they did well, as we are doing, giving USB today, holding on to the plans of PM. And after the plan, submitting paperwork and giving our people identity. We shall do it. We shall be here till Ekpa comes. And my mind, my instinct have not built any doubt that Ekpa that could be here imagine the Canada could today. Also, got says that look at the I'm not supporting SDOS fighting Nnamdi Kanu for inaugurating another DOS. But Nnamdi Kanu, and opening evil intention concerning Moro Wilazo, go and retrace your step. and do the right thing. Don't you know about
Thank you. Thank you. $1. You get a song. Madam Origin,
Yeah,
you get a
I,
song.
but I have to go. I'm so
Okay,
sorry. I
okay,
would
go
have
ahead. Go
given
ahead.
you. Yes, I would have given you, but I have to go. I have
Okay,
something
good.
I need to take care of immediately. So,
Okay.
Mazikelena TV, thank you so much. And Akonyo Wetere, thank you. I say this: the complete freedom of our people is sacrosanct. The complete freedom of our people is sacrosanct. Now, Mazikelena TV, let me tell you, one day I was listening to the Nigerian media, and one man, I like to listen to him. I don't know, for some time I've not, and that man's name is Dati Baba Ahmed. That was the gubernatorial candidate, vice president, uh, contested with Peter Gregory Obi. That's something he said one day. He said, there is a David that has come to bring down the Goliath. Number one. I'm not going to say fully how he said that. Number two, he said, they asked him, will you contest in 2027? He said, if Nigeria is still existing by then. Now, why am I telling you this? This is to tell you that the people that are fighting us knew that November 29, 2024, that was the day Nigeria ended. But they are using the IPOB and the DOS to create and to see how they can undo what is done. Now, let me go back to something else. I would like you to go to Kai TV's, I don't know which of his platform he used to, but there's a program he ran earlier today that was talking about how this, what is his name? The IPOB, the one that is fired, Chike Dozie, and others. I no longer say they sold because they can't sell us. They can't. They don't have the power. They surrendered. They surrendered Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. They IPOB and ESN. They surrendered them to the Nigeria government. When they did that, you remember when Mazin Nnamdi Kanu was screaming and shouting that, I don't know what these people are saying. I don't know what these people are. They used them to collect what they call political. They said they were forcing Mazin Nnamdi Kanu to take the route of political solution. When he refused, they now found, and that's why Mazin Nnamdi Kanu ran away. Because that they now catch him, brought him back to Nigeria, did a sham. That thing they did was sham trial. They planned, everything was planned. They want to keep him there in perpetuity until he agrees. And let me tell you another secret. Maxwell Okpara was planted. I listened to one of his programs. Maxwell Okpara said this with his own mouth, that he was the one that negotiated the release of Asare Dokubo. He was the one that negotiated Raf Wazirikim. And if you people notice very well, he was so much, he was one, now it's now glaring that he was planted there to do, he kept pressuring Mazin Nnamdi Kanu to accept the political solution. Which, if everybody or anybody, I don't have anything, Mazin Nnamdi Kanu family and their shenanigan, I don't understand. But for him to continue to have remained here up till now, it would be unfortunate if he has suffered this long only to give in at this time. Because all along, all they have done is to let him collect and surrender. And I will only stand for what I hear Mazin Nnamdi Kanu say, that is either Biafra or death. And we don't know what they are doing with him there. All the lies. That brings me to his second, because when Ejiofor, the other one is Ifeanyi, was working, Biafrans didn't know that he was an agent. Now that Maxwell Okpara has finished his own, he is now running his mouth all over the place. He has taken, he's now in the politician, because maybe that's what they asked, they promised him. We don't know what Ejimako, what his own position is, because if he is truly for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for him to have his freedom, I don't know how all the things he comes out to say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, how truthful they are. So we are going to leave that case. All I'm saying to everybody is, Mazi Kelena TV, if you have time, go and check the Mazi Kai's edition. It will help with what you presented today, for everybody to know that United States of Biafra is it. I don't know, now it's beginning to be clear that a lot of people that have refused, that are inside the United States of Biafra government before, and all of them keep falling back. Are they among those that are receiving salary? Because what we now see is that when Chike Dozie and the group collected the money, it's like maybe even the Nigeria government and the governors put these people on salary. So I keep asking all of them that keep fighting Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. Are you people on payroll to make sure Biafra doesn't happen? And everyone that is in Biafra, United States of Biafra government, please, let's keep praying to sustain the progress we are making, and do what you can. If it is $1, $1, anything you can do to sustain this government. All of them that are talking about ESN that has already been surrendered, the ones that refuse, they buy them. If you go, you will hear all that Chike Dozie said. He was no longer in the hiding. What they did, how they surrendered ESN and IPOB. Arrested there. We have declared Biafra. 50 million people have voted to exit debt, and nobody should take them back there. Let the world hear that we have done a referendum and we have exited Nigeria, and nobody should alter it. I rest it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Origin. You get a song? Amaka Mele, go ahead.
Yes. Onye Mommy Origi. Wechuko Kikabiyama bless you, ma. I am lending my voice all the way from the land of Igede in the Bongo, to be precise. Please, I want to go in this way by reminding our people, first and foremost, the emergence of Chike Dozie becoming the Directorate of State. It was all the way from Kuje prison when Onyendo was in prison. That was when that instruction was given. So they should also have that knowledge. And secondly, when that presenter was reading out something regarding Chike Dozie when he was sued or tagged as a terrorist, and all of a sudden at the end of the day it was undue. And the man said, if Chike Dozie was tagged as a terrorist, or he was discharged or removed, lifting the ban of placing him as a terrorist, does it mean that he was not a member of that same particular IPOB that was designated as a terrorist? So there are so many things that we really need to look into. And that is why I said, any man, any woman that will come in order to to start from any man or woman that will come to start from the middle without starting from the beginning of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that man or woman is evil. That man or woman is evil. You can never start talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, about his action, without talking about his beginning, how he started. So when I hear that lady coming out to talk in the Daphne presenter that Nnamdi Kanu is not irresponsible, is not fit for the freedom, my dear, let me also clarify something. Nnamdi Kanu have learned from the mistakes of other people. During the time of Wazirike, his men that are supposed to stood with him, is it not his men? All of them, they hijacked all of them, present them in the prison. When Wazirike see every might and strength he has, everything he loses it. So nobody should blame that Nnamdi Kanu registered do this thing in his name. Do you also know that by now every document that they use to register, maybe if they used to institutionalize this IPOB, are you also aware they could have handed that thing over to the Nigerian government and everything could have been bygone by now? Why it is difficult for these people today that cannot be able to do otherwise is because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu decided to secure this thing, managing them until God will review the right people, give him the right people, give him the 100 men he's looking for before everything will be rearranged. So nobody should come on air and then blame Onyendo. Why must he come and put that in organization for himself? There is a reason behind it. He has the knowledge about it. But the people he used to surround them, he's like making use of the people he see. Maybe at that moment, that is what led to all those things. He was crying for 100 million in the midst of the millions until the emergence of Simon Ekpa. It was when he's about to rearrange things and put things the way it should be. When that Simon Ekpa was gone, that was when the whole thing, everything scattered. So people should not come out and begin to say Onyendo is this or that. I can stand from now till tomorrow. Onyendo have not deserved anything for anybody to stand disrespectful to him. Check the character of our people. Check the behavior of our people. He knew them, but upon that he was crying for over 100 men because the people surrounded him. He had not seen the people that have that same mindset with him. That was why he was lamenting. And for him to come out and say he should recognize the handwork of Mazi Simon Ekpa, is he not the same him that sent the memo and say that he forbid anyone who will speak any ill against Simon Ekpa in whatever he does? Is he not the same him? So how do you want people want him to come out to recognize Simon Ekpa? We people want him to come out and say every action Simon Ekpa is doing, whatever he's doing, he have sent a coded message for those who have understanding to hear that. He say any attack that he forbid anyone to attack Simon Ekpa in whatever that he is doing. Then how do you want him to recognize him? Somebody that is being held captive. He have used, oh my goodness, that is why Christ he say, I know my sheep. When I call them, they hear my voice. So he know the people. He have talked to him, use a language. You say, if you are a true followers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you should by now understand how he roll. And when he use eyes and talk to you, you should understand. When he give you a sign as a true follower, you will understand. I want people to understand that. You see all these things they are doing. They went and do the other one. If you check very well, the inauguration of the new elected DOS, the so-called DOS, if you check very well, all these things have been under pressure. All those things was done under pressure. It is as a result of all those lawyers, barristers, and the Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu siblings. If you check deep down very well, it was not coming from the mind of Onyendo, because he have studied the people. And some of those things you are seeing, see, allegedly, if you take them, Onyendo might not really approve of those things, but it's them that now come out in the, to make it look as if it's Onyendo that is doing all those, so that everybody will come out tomorrow to lay blame on him, just like they are doing now. It's as if now, everybody is coming out to blame Onyendo now. It's as if now their mission has been fulfilled. Come, Maxwell, Maxwell is why he has come out boldly is because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have become difficult for him to convince and then to bend. He can have no other option. So we should expect more because Onyendu is unbreakable. That thing they feel they know, Onyendu know it. Some of the things that if you check very well, some of the things Onyendu disagree with them. They will come out because Onyendu, they don't have access to internet to know what is going on. So everybody can come out and then say anything. Todd says Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, this is what he say. Whereas this is not what he say. And that is why any message coming from the lawyers, barrister, up till today, I am not convinced. Does it mean that the whole lawyer upon the USB have been redeclared on 29th of November 2024? Does it mean that lawyers have not seen what is happening for them to now give all those things? They are the one blocking all those things. The lawyers are the problem of Onyendu. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are the problem of Onyendu. That is just the point. And I repeat myself, any man or woman who will start from the actions of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now, will start starting from the beginning of Nnamdi Kanu, that man or woman is evil. I have said it, and that is how it is. Every land of Igede, they are bearing me witness.
Thank you. Igede son. Emana osetiantu alozien no osetiantu majos nore lananya. You don't believe the news from the lawyers. You don't trust the lawyers. But this is the lawyers representing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. At least, okay, believe with the lawyers. Maybe you suggest to him, another lawyer that can tell you something you will believe. But that is that. We move. Praise God win as Amaka Mele, grab the mic.
And they were Kelena and the other Biafrans. Because you will but she will make it go private in this studio. Maka you will also in Sikezi. Ngwaza, you will mezi public, noble nature. You will
No.
Okay. I'm gonna bye bye. Thank you very much.
We'll do it. Thank you. And that is from Prince Godwin as that is Odogwe Nugu. It is well. Namaka Mary Bobi. Namaka Mera in Anjava Jejana Vanavai and was in the work. In some hours' time, I may come with the program from the side of Methuselah. Yes. It is well. We move. Please do well and touch the like button if you haven't done that. Join us in some hours' time as we continue. Bye for now and stay blessed.